who was guarding the golden stool. And for those of you who don't know what the golden stool is, it is the stool that holds the spirit of the Ashanti people of Ghana. When the British were occupying Ghana, Gold Coast at that time, they used to arrest any chief, any king who was rebelling against occupation, and they would either kill them or exile them in Mauritius. In this particular case, one of the kings had been exiled in Mauritius. And the governor at that time, the British governor, wanted to take the golden stool to the United Kingdom. Now remember, the golden stool houses the spirit of the Ashanti people. And symbolically, by taking the golden stool to the United Kingdom, he would have virtually destroyed the spirit of the Ashanti. Nanaya Asantwa, as the gatekeeper, she had rumors that men had started negotiating with the British governor to see if the British could have the golden stool in exchange for the king who was in exile in Mauritius. Upon hearing that, Nanaya Asantwa became so incensed. Her speech, I am going to paraphrase. She said, "Is the bravery of the Ashanti men normal? If the Ashanti men cannot stand up to fight to defend the golden stool, she, Nanaya Asantwa, was going to gather her fellow female friends, sisters, and loved ones. And the women would rise, and the women would fight against the British till the last one of them is down to defend the golden stool." Nanaya shamed the men, who then gathered together and fought to defend the golden stool. The golden stool remains in the Ashanti Kingdom today because of the position that was taken by one woman named Nanaya Asantwa. My fellow women, my fellow friends, the time is now. Our circumstances as African women could not be any worse. The exploitation of Africa has got to come to an end. Neo-colonization must come to an end. Colonization must come to an end. Imperialism must come to an end. Our men, if I can be blunt, have failed us. They have tolerated the most egregious abuses of Africa. Why do we continue to engage the British, the Germans, the French, all the European nations that colonized Africa as ministers of culture, knowing very well that they are housing stolen, priceless artifacts in their museums throughout Europe? Why would we entertain them, knowing very well that they still have remains of our ancestors who they murdered because they dared to stand up and defend their lands against occupation and colonization? To this day, those remains are still in jars, in basements throughout Europe, and yet the ministers of culture gladly go to Europe, engage these people in buildings where they know underneath the seats they're sitting on, the remains of our ancestors have been there in jars, and they say nothing about it. All we are asking is that the remains of our ancestors be brought back home to the individual African countries for proper burial. They don't want that. And we are not saying anything. I'm going to blame it on the men. Why is it that we know very well what the World Bank is doing, what IMF is doing? The reason there are uprisings in Kenya is because of what IMF was doing to Kenya. Africans are being given egregious interest rates for loans that have been paid 1 million times over, and our ministers of finance know that. Our Reserve Bank managers know that. Our heads of states know that. So why can't we mount a campaign to take a position and say enough is enough? Many African countries have never defaulted on their loan repayments. So therefore, why are they getting these huge interest rates on their loans? Economic Hitmen. I'd like to encourage all of you to read that book, Confessions of the Economic Hitmen. You'll understand how systematically they set out to abuse developing countries, of course, majority are African nations, giving them these frivolous loans, a project that should cost 5 million, they will rake up 30 million, most of that money going back to US companies, the multinationals that are working with the local governments to make sure that they siphon the money and pocket it for themselves. We know the games. We know what's happening. The question is, why are our men sitting back and doing nothing about it? I could go on and talk about the various ministries, talk about the things that are being done to Africa blatantly. Everybody knows. Even those in the industry, there's something called fear. What are we afraid of? What are we afraid of? If you love your children and you're in a position of power, you got to use that power to make a difference. When you are appointed as a leader to lead, be it a president of a country, a minister of a department, a head of a department, a director, you're a school teacher, you are over the school board, you can dissect it down to the family. When you are in a position of leadership, use that position of leadership to further the agenda for those who you represent. And sometimes we forget that. When I took on the mission as African Union Ambassador to the United States, I was acutely aware that my voice represented 1.4 billion people. And that when I shut up during meetings, 1.4 billion people would have shut up. That's not something I was willing to live with. My fellow sisters and brothers who believe in women, the time is now. Us women, once again, like Nanaya Asandua, we must rise. And the men must understand that for us to take our rightful place on the world stage, sometimes they need to move over a little bit. And in the event that they choose not to move over, my suggestion to all of you, my fellow sisters, that we grab the chair and make our own seat at the table. We can no longer wait for them to give us a seat at the table. Either we work together as men and women and understand that when women lead, change happens. When women lead, change happens. It is just that simple, and everyone knows it. So it is time that if we do not get that opening, we are going to unite, and we will fight you men, and we will get those positions. Because at the end of the day, we are fighting for you, we are fighting for our children, we are fighting for that which makes the essence of a country, and it starts with a family. So men, listen up. African Union has spoken. Gender parity 2025. Yes, African Union has done that. More than half of the commissioners at the African Union today are women. Thank you for that. But that's not good enough. That gender parity must extend to every parliament, every senate in Africa. Equal representation, if not more. I applaud President Kagame of Rwanda, because he has led the way. His cabinet, last I checked, was over 60% women and 40% in his Senate. That probably has gone up by now. We must push women into leadership. We must narrow that representation gap. There is no other alternative, and my sisters, failing to do so is not an option. So in any position that we are, let's speak up. Let's demand that we also need representation, because it is known, proven, guaranteed that when women lead, change happens. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired. How long are you men going to continue to oppress us? We appreciate that we have a culture, but I tell you, we must also change with the times. There are things we do now as women that are equal to men, and yet in some cases, we're still treated as second-class citizens. A woman doing the same job as the man gets paid more than the woman. That has got to stop. We're in 2024. We're looking forward to having a female president of the United States. How exciting is that? Well, now, my fellow Africans, we also need to increase the number of female heads of states in Africa. For when women lead, change happens. At every level, let's empower our young women. Yes, we must stay within the norms of our cultures, but we must also let them understand that cultures evolve, and our men must accept us as equals. For we are equally capable, and in some cases, I would like to say we are better qualified and more capable than the men. But I'll leave that for a conversation for another day. Our ancestors, when they met in Addis Ababa, our Pan-African leaders in 1964, to talk about an Africa that was united, an Africa that spoke with one voice, an Africa that had a single currency, an Africa that had a single monetary policy, an Africa with a single army. That vision failed simply because when they went to Addis Ababa, they were united. They were not united up, excuse me. They were two groups, the Casablanca group and the Monrovia group. 7 countries, Ghana, Guinea, Mali, Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia, were the Casablanca group. They said Africa for the Africans and African Union now. The Monrovia group were 35. That were the rest of the countries. They said, well, let's kind of hold off on this unity thing. Let's kind of slow down a little bit. Let's take it easy. Let's take it slow. So because they were the majority, they won. So we ended up with an Africa that we have today. Year in, year out, the idea of a united Africa that is united, speaking with one voice, was tabled, and year in and year out, we failed. To this day, of those objectives that we were looking forward to, the objectives that our Pan-African fathers met and had hoped for to accomplish in 1964, we've only accomplished one, which is the trade. 3 years ago, we saw the signing of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. But even that is a tall order. It's implementation. How many of you, my brothers and sisters, know how to get a contract through the African Continental Free Trade Area? I can assure you none. Because the contracts, again, are going to those who have exploited us. We are now organized as a trading bloc, as Africa trading bloc. We're now organized as an Africa that's going to go to the world stage as one united African continent. Guess what the problem is? Those who are going to take advantage of our continent, we have organized and now we are handing them Africa on a silver platter. The majority of the people getting the contracts through the African Continental Free Trade Area are from the Middle East. They're from Europe. They're from India. They're from China. And a few are from the United States. The United States is a little bit slow in getting into the game. But the bottom line is the Africans are nowhere to be found. So we thought they exploited us during colonization. With the African Continental Free Trade Area, if we do not jump in and get involved, if we do not jump in and understand the intricacies of this humongous, gigantic process, once again, we will be turning over our Africa on a silver platter, and this time on a high-speed train of exploiting and siphoning all our natural resources flat out of Africa. Do you want that, my sisters? I know the answer is no. As a grandmother of 7, a very happy, proud one, a mother of 5, I know I would like to sit back before I go down to my grave. Let my granddaughter know, 20 years from now, that yes, my dear granddaughter, there were issues with women in Africa. There were issues in Africa, and we did something about it. My brothers and sisters, we got together, and this is what we did to do something about what is wrong with our Africa. And this is where we would have left, and this is where they need to pick up. The question is, are we doing that which it takes to prepare and pave the way so our children can continue this struggle? For we know the struggle for our survival as Africans, the struggle for our survival as women is a long journey. We're not going to finish that business in our generation, but we must leave the path, a very clear path for our children, so they too can pick up the torch and continue the journey till we make it to the promised land. Being a woman on earth is not an easy thing, particularly a Black woman. We are the underdog. We are Black, we're female. It doesn't get any worse than that. And yet, we still see the likes of Kamala Harris, and still we rise. Let's keep our chins up. Let's remember that we cannot give up. It is not easy, but mission will still be accomplished. As women, we can never tire. We have a responsibility for the family. We appreciate men who allow us to also sit at the table with them. We appreciate men like Dr. Alicia Atai, who also understand the importance of women and are doing everything they can. So yes, it's not every man, but I like to put them in a big group because the majority of them are in leadership roles, and the majority of them are occupying those boardroom tables. And each and every one of them, if they could speak up, our circumstances could change, but they choose to be afraid and be quiet. So yes, we need more Dr. Alicia Atai. We need more men like him to speak up and understand the role of women, not only in governance, but also in their daily lives. As women, my message to men in leadership in Africa is that if you don't see it fit to pave the way for us, guess what? We are paving our own way. So get out of the way if you don't think women belong in the boardroom tables. For we, the African women, are coming no matter what. Victory is ours. Failure is simply not an option. As a grandmother, I am determined, and I know I speak for millions of grandmothers out there as well. I am going to do everything I can to make this world a better place for my granddaughter and many generations to come. Thank you, Dr. Atai, for putting this event together. We appreciate you and your leadership. Keep up the great work, the work of women in leadership and paving the way for representation at every level in leadership by women. That is a must. We appreciate you for taking this message across the world so men can take a moment to think about us. I thank you.
Now, after that direct moment, Excellency, thank you so much, Ma. We are so grateful. That is one speech for the record books, and I know that it's being recorded. I don't know, I'm going to need a copy of that speech because we need to share that. The world needs to hear everything that she's talked about. She said something that really hit me. I am a huge advocate for men. I love our men because I know that they are underrepresented as well. There's so many issues our men are dealing with. But she said something. If you're not going to help us get where we need to get to, today is all about our women, so I'm really excited about to come on now. If you're not energized about this summit, look, for anyone who's missing out here, I'm sure you guys online are having fun, but trust me, you definitely need to be in the room. That is where change happens when you make your way into the room.
I do. No.
I'm scheduled already.
No.
And I'm gonna do my best to get us cut up. Don't worry, we're gonna be cut up. That's it.
So how old are you now, ma'am?
Now is the panel. We have our first panel.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Michael.
My very own friend and my sister. Who's gonna be moderating this segment.
Yes, 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 yes.
So Diva is a dynamic and multifaceted professional with a
So
diverse
what brings you to us today?
life and mental health coaching, journalism, hospitality, and business education.
Are you taking any medication for anything?
Potential. Dia has established herself as a leading voice in personal development and well-being, and has won awards for the right such in the world of journalism. So today we're going to bring Ms. D as she continues to make a profound impact across multiple disciplines and work others to thrive and succeed.
1 second, please.
Professional lives. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for this session, Ms. D Burrows, all the way from England, UK, by way of, I don't even know, but she is so beautiful. Thank you for being here, Ms. D. Hello, everyone.
Maybe I'll just turn this thing. You go and.
So far, great, yeah? We have an amazing panelist that is coming up in a few minutes.
Pin up before she goes and sit. Okay, sorry for the disruption. We have a wireless mic for all the panelists, and so that when you're sitting.
I'm just going to introduce my amazing 4 ladies who are going to be a part of the panel this morning, this afternoon. So we'll pull them out. Miss Fatubata Diara.
Poetry Jam. Take the time to do this.
I'm not being captured.
You have one to come. So set it that I want to capture.
We have invested women.
Necessary. Can you introduce Taya Jones again, because she didn't hear it? Taya Jones, she didn't hear you.
Here, my apologies. Ambassador Dr. Tanya Jones. You welcome you, amazing woman. Well done. Glad to have you. So today's topic, why investment in women is necessary to close the female representation gap in politics and governance. A huge topic which is very common now. I'll just give them a couple minutes to set up.
Yeah, so that's your seat.
But you, yeah, fair enough. So you, yes, since Dr. Tanya's not here. Okay, great. Do you need a few more minutes to set up, or are you good? Yeah? Okay, great. Right, so ladies, before we start, I'm just gonna ask you to give a 60 seconds on who you are, right? So your name, what you've been doing, and your quick thought or one word that you think would describe the topic. So I'll start with my lovely Dr. Angela Harris here.
Greetings, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
All right. So my name is Dr. Angela Harris. Quick description of myself. I'm the founder of the Rebirth of the Black Nation. My organization is Black People United Global Network. Black is an acronym for Beautiful Living Ancestors Controlling the Kingdom. I also am the founder and overseer of the Black Kings and Queens Worldwide, the executive producer and founder of the Black I Am Awards, an activist, 3 PhD, 2 master's degree, all of those things. But if I was to describe myself as anything first and foremost, it would be a child of the king. So I just understand that it's so important for women to be in the forefront, not to disregard the men, but to uplift the men by being the strength that we are to the men. In politics, in in business and all of the other things that come that make the world a better place.
Thank you so much. And we're gonna go next to Ambassador Dr. Tanya Jones. Can you hear us? Yeah, okay, great.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Good morning,
Okay, the
everyone.
volume, 1 second, the volume, here's us.
No, she mutes.
Are you muted?
I'm not muted.
Okay, you're good now.
Brilliant, thank you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. And first and foremost, I want to apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I am excited, especially because of modern technology, that we're able to join you all over Zoom. My name is Dr. Tanya O. Jones out of Concord, North Carolina. So I'm happy to share that, AWLO is in the process of starting another chapter here in our home state. So what an exciting time. I am the visionary and CEO of Interactive Advocacy and also the president of the North Carolina Veterans Business Association. And what a great time to serve in that role, to support veterans and especially women veterans in the state of North Carolina, as well as their spouses on their journey to entrepreneurship, and all of the work that we're doing, collectively to bridge the gap when it comes to inequality and champion for women's voices. So I'm so excited to be here and join you on the call this morning.
Thank you, we're delighted to have you. And Dr. Tua.
My name is Dr. Patrick Ridgway. I am an economist. I have a master's, first degree in master's in economics, but I have a PhD in humanities. But I also am a tax consultant for business services, and I represent clients with IRS. I do own a business in Atlanta. I am also very much involved in education for children in Nigeria, so where I give out scholarships. I'm very particular this other with my clients, but education is key. Without education, you cannot go far. So I always emphasize that. I also am involved with the Nigerian Diaspora Organization, which is a member of the National Intercontinental Board of Trustees, and also the chapter in Atlanta. I'm also currently the chairperson of the AWLO Atlanta chapter, which I hope to build into I'm going to discuss with all the chapter members, and we hope to grow that chapter to make sure it becomes what it is and achieves all the goals of AWLO. And that's my age. And we have to, like Dr. Arikana said, we need to promote women. We need to make sure that we have women leaders that will make a difference in our communities, not just in the homes, but also, of course, in the general community. So that's our aim, and that's the aim and goal of AWLO. And I hope we achieve that in the day we show the space of time.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Arikana Chihombori-Quao. I'm listening from Mali and reside in New York. For the past 24 years, I've been working for the education. I'm in finance and business officer. And I studied in Boston. I got my bachelor in business administration, and I went in accounting from the University. And I'm glad to be here today. On top of my function, I'm also the president of the Malian High Council for the Diaspora in the US. It's called in French, the Conseil Supérieur de la Diaspora Malienne. I've been the president for the past 5 years for the diaspora. And I'm glad to be here today. When I'm in panel that is about politics, but in reality, I'm more involved in social activities. And anything concerning women, anything concerning family and children. I believe that these women are here to complete the men, not to compete with their absence at all. That's the leader of the
Thank you so much. The amazing panelists, we do agree, we draw on golden tables and stools, don't we? So I'm going to pose a question to you guys, right? As with today's political arena, with governance, what do you think the statistics are as it relates to women representation in politics and governance? And I'll start with you, and then we go in left to my right.
I believe that in anything that you do, you have to do it with integrity, whether a woman or a man. So as women step forward to bring forth our power in politics and governance, we first still have to have a right heart, not just to be seen, but to really do the work that's necessary to create change.
Good, thank you. Dr. Jones.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the entire question. Can you repeat it one more time?
Certainly, I'll repeat it. So as it relates to the current global political arena, what do you think the statistics are as it relates to female representation? We've seen in New Zealand where we have Jacinda Ardern, it doesn't matter, you know, our ethnicity. We've seen previous Prime Minister, she ended last year, 2023. We've seen currently Mia Mottley in Barbados. We've seen the current vice president who's going for that role here in America, Kamala Harris. So what do you think is the representation as it relates to females in politics?
Well, I think overall we're starting to see a shift, right? We're starting to see more women in politics as a poli-sci major. And it was one of those things where I truly believe that in order for us to have a voice, we had to have a seat at the table, right? So I do see that there is an uptick when it comes to women in politics and in those roles, but we have to do more, right? There has to be more presence. There has to be more women at the table, but that includes more women standing up and speaking out and championing for women when we see them, you know, taking these roles, if we want to see them at the helm. We have to speak up. You know, it can't just be like Her Excellency said, it can't just be women or men that are in the rooms or their policies are in the rooms. We have to be there. We have to elevate these individuals and stand up and speak out for them. This is an amazing time for us here in the United States, like you said, with Kamala Harris running for president. But, you know, look how long it's been. I mean, how many women have actually run for president and have even made it this far? I think it was, it might have been Lyndon Johnson, I've got to go back and double check, that said that the only way that a woman in this country would be elected to presidency is if the president of the country stood down and or something happened to him where he could no longer complete his term. And this is actually where we are today. And it shouldn't have taken something like this to happen, but now that it has, we have to rally around the voice of women and continue to champion for them.
Thank you for your thoughts.
Yes, here's the mostly what I needed to say, but let me put it this way. Women have to work extremely harder than men to achieve the political goals that we need to get. And it's evident in most countries that women are running the positions, that they have to be better, they have to be more determined than their male counterparts to be able to achieve those positions. And I think mostly we need women to support women. That was not, when Hillary Clinton was running for presidency here, she didn't have as much support as she should have gotten from women voters. And so that is something that we should all get out there and hit the doors, make sure we campaign to get women involved in putting women in positions of power. Because we have, like in the US, women are a large block of the voting populace. And so if we do not tap into that and make sure that they support other women, we're not going to achieve getting a female president of the United States of America. So we need to vote, we need to do our civic duties, we need to promote other women. And that's what this AWLO thing is about, to give enlightenment, to give, make sure women are aware that they need to do what they're doing. So that's only what we can achieve our political situation.
So very resonates, yeah.
I think that so far there's the big improvement in women governance but we still have to do more. And especially in African countries, I've been seeing a lot of change now. I believe even in Mali now, we have about 30% of the government that are women, which is really excellent for us at the moment. But contrary to presidency, for example, in over 6 years of the veteran, we only got one female prime minister in our record. And she was there also, she was part of the temporary government. So not the fully elected government. So at this point, I believe also that we should change our mindsets to be that sitting right now at the table instead of just thinking like we are just coming to help. Because most of the time when I see it in Africa, especially when I read about money, the women, for example, when they do political elections, you will see a couple of women who just come and do candidates, but they don't come as being fully potential candidates. They don't really focus on entire campaign and really fighting to be at the top. Usually they come, they start, and at the time they want to join one of the men, powerful men. So at this point, I believe that the new generation should be formed like us as minorities, women like you said, women should support each other. And on top of that, we should be able to convince part of the maximum men to really give us the chance to be at the table. Because right now, for example, in Mali, we don't have, there is no retirement for women. When a man passes away, his family can get retirement. But when a woman passes away, there's nothing. The family can, and we do the same work. We do work for years, but as men, women are not participating in their work. So there's still a lot to be done, but there is improvement.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to piggyback on a point that was made. So we spoke about, we have female representation in politics and the lack of support. Where do you think that's stemming from? And why is it as women, we cannot actually say, I'm going to pinpoint, obviously, Ms. Kamala Harris, right? So she's running for presidency, and you hear, oh, she's not a Black woman, or she's Black, she's Indian, she can't do it, or she's just getting what Joe Biden have left, etc. Why is it then we have to make this, such remarks about her? Why is it that we cannot support her to say, well, of course, she can be the next president of the United States of America, and we work along with her to make a difference. Because to be honest with you, it doesn't matter who is president, but what is the action you're going to take so that your citizens are in a better position, your resources, economically, socially, and globally, that you can put out there and say, yeah, we're America, yeah, we're England, and we can make a difference in our citizens' lives. So where do you think this is coming from? Where is this stemming from? Anyone on the panels? Yeah, go ahead. And then I'll come back to you, Dr. Jones.
Okay, so most of the time, like, take the US for instance, whether we like it or not, there's racial discrimination and there's gender discrimination.
Yeah.
So those are two factors that are affecting Kamala Harris at this time. The fact that she's a woman and that she is of mixed race, mixed race, because there's that controversy that she's Black, she's Indian, she's both. So those are the things that are counting against her, but hopefully if we can gather, and like you said, women, men, everybody gather and make sure we put her there in spite of these prejudices that people have against her, and people like her attaining power. Because that was a major fear people had, because when Biden's age and all of that if he passed, she would automatically become the president. And it was President Ford who said that the only person that could, only way women could be president is if the vice president and the president passes. So we need to work against this. We need to come out there and speak against the prejudices and make sure we put our women and, both here in the US and also in Africa, everywhere, we put them in positions of power because of their policies and because we know they can do it. Because women, when they're put in power, they do what they say they're going to do. Not like men, not politics. A lot of people talk about politics, they come out, they say, we'll do this, we'll do that, and they do not. But if women say they're going to do something, trust me, they will do it. So, yeah, that's more than that.
Thank you so much for your point. Dr. Jones.
Exactly. There's always been systemic barriers when it has come to women in leadership roles. I mean, this is historically, this has been something from the beginning of time, especially here. And it's not just with what we're trying to do in politics or what we see happening in politics. It comes from, not investing in women when it comes to education, to mentorship, to developing leadership programs and roles that allow them to have the confidence that they need to actually step into political roles. So we have to start from a very, very young age. Like Her Excellency was saying, and as other people have said, when we first look at ourselves, there are all of these strikes against us, right? And I heard it even in my own home from my own father. You're a woman of color, and you're a woman of color that's also Muslim. Like, these are all of these different strikes and barriers against you. So we have to work even harder. But we have to change the mindset, not just of the people that are outside of our communities, but inside of our own homes, where we are encouraged and empowered from a young age. Like some of the things that you're seeing in STEM, where we're empowering young women and girls that they can do anything. And when we see them standing up and saying that I want to take these roles, support them and encourage them from a very, very young age, so that we can instill that these kind of things are possible. We have to have a seat at the table where the decisions are made. And these, investing in these conversations are valuable. right? We need to have political participation and to actually start taking these roles and do them, you know, even at our local levels, at our local governments, standing in these roles so that we can inspire other women to do the same thing, especially in leadership roles. So we have to address the fact that these things that we are seeing are not new, that they've come from, you know, from many, many, many years of disparity.
Thank you. Do you want to add something? Okay, go ahead.
So I want to add something concerning the minority vote. Because we as, you know, people in color or minority females, and I've been seeing there's a lot of campaigns happen. And but by the end, people don't come out to vote. And a lot of people follow me, a lot of people get involved in campaign fun activities, campaigning, but the day of the vote, usually they don't come out. And I think to really support our female candidates, we need to come out and be there and do our vote. That's the most important.
Yeah. Do you think education plays a, sorry, you wanted to add something to that point? My apologies.
Okay. I want to add something. One of the things that we have to realize is that doors are opening that no man can shut. The thing is the doors of failure that we really have to really look at. Because once the votes are given, and once that woman is in office, what is it that keeps her stable-minded, powerful, not dwelling in her emotions, and allowing someone to scare her off of her post? When I look at things, I look at the holistic view of what's going on, not just to get someone into something, but what happens once you are in, and how do we keep you in without the intimidation of this world system? So the preparation stage of women entering into politics is one of the most important things that we have to focus on. A lot of times we have women that have that they want to gain power, but the preparation of them being in power is really minute in the mindset. And that's what keeps us going round and round and round and round and being pushed out. When we have to understand that self-development is your first and foremost thing that you have to be in leadership, period. A lot of us pretend a lot. A lot of us walk into situations of power because we have something to prove. But in that proving, the pruning of dealing with self and getting rid of things that have caused you to want to be power, and not the mindset of understanding that as you become a person in power, it's not only about you, but it's about the masses that you're going to lead. We have to understand that that portion of it has to be manifested before we even accept a leadership role, especially as a president of the United States or a governor or something that's running things. And then when that happens, then we don't have a problem with working with the man, understanding that the man and the woman have to coexist in order for the power to really be manifested all over the world. Not taking away the power that we possess, but enhancing it by being prepared to run the race. The run of the race can be very, very difficult and challenging. It can be very, very intimidating if you don't know who you are. So my little thing is to make sure that the preparation of whatever
Is that this one?
that you're prepared within in order to stand.
Thanks.
I'm
But
wondering.
there's a flip side to that, because being a Black woman, being a female, you can prepare as much as you can. And the very same that voted for you to go in, their mindset, right, will come in your way to say, oh, we've actually put that person there, but they're not doing the job that they impart their.
See, this one is charging, but this one is not.
You're gonna hit the ground running, you're gonna do your best for your community, you're gonna do your best for your country. But because the masses now do have a lack of faith in you, then the flip side of that now, that do you have a negative impact on your execution of the work that you have. So I've seen the flip side of that as well. But again, if you have a strong and positive mindset, then clearly, no matter what they swing at your way, with all the punches, you will have longevity.
And that's the reason why we got to prepare.
Which one
Yes.
is
To be
the
strong within ourselves.
Absolutely.
We already know that the masses are against us.
Yeah.
That's not something that we have
Why is
to
it
try
not
to
charging?
figure out. We already know that that's there.
Yes.
But the thing that we have to do is be able to endure. and
just
fix
hopefully it
that.
doesn't die on
If
us.
we're not ready, then we'll continue. to
What kind of?
Yeah.
But if we deal with self,
Okay.
self-evaluation, self-building, healing, all of the things that's gonna cause.
This is kind of-
Is it- Okay, so let's see if we can use that.
Because if not, the woman will get in, but she'll be easily pushed out. And that's just so important. We are the power, we are the strength, but we have to know that.
Yes.
And we have to not only know that, we have to walk with that in spite of that person.
Yeah.
Can I just talking about sex?
Yeah.
Okay, we've been getting pushed out. Is the two things that might happen when we get pushed out. If you get elected and they don't.
This one, I don't know why, yeah.
And also,
Use this cover.
Okay.
And maybe the party or there's some disillusion. People get disillusioned with the party or the platform which the person woman came on. So those are the things that, affect the effectiveness of being in the position. That is disillusionment with the party, not being effective or not doing what the Senate would not do. And those are the
So we
things
have to do the Zoom here, otherwise it will die.
Yeah.
that is necessary.
Yeah. And just
This
one
one
more
doesn't have
point
the
or one
email.
question. Do you think there's a huge barrier, or what is causing the barrier for us as women not stepping up to the plate? Is it because we get too emotional? Is it because we're not being given the opportunity? Or is it because it could be education as well? Dr. Jones spoke about, STEM. 10, 15 years ago, you wouldn't be talking about women in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. You would have women, they'll shy down from that. Or if a woman said, oh, I want to go into a predominantly male task, you get shut away. No, you're not supposed to do that. They think of us as a domestic affair, if you will. But what is holding that barrier to getting women stepping up to the plate? And when we do step up, we get a lot of slack from everybody.
So I would say, women.
That's okay, women ourselves.
Women,
Yeah.
because
Look,
a lot
I
of
need
times.
to the Zoom
women
first
become
before.
of one another, instead of supporting one another, instead of standing and understanding the strength and the power of your sister and pushing that forward, understanding that it's not about competition. There is a such thing as healthy competition. Healthy competition is competing, not to compete against somebody, but to compete with yourself to become the best that you can be. So that as you're in the midst of whatever the situation is, you're fitting that piece of the puzzle that's missing. Our problem as women is a lot of times we have a lot of envy and jealousy of another person's anointing or another person's appointing, instead of focusing on the things that we're chosen to do, understanding that the piece of the puzzle that you bring is a unique piece of the puzzle, and nobody else can fill that piece of the puzzle except for you.
Yeah.
When you get to that point, then you understand also
that I don't have to be in competition with you. I'm me and you're you. But the value of us coming together is the power. When we get to that point, then there will be no stopping us, period, no matter where we are, whether it's here in the United States, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in other foreign countries. The power of a woman understanding her worth individually and understanding the value of somebody else's worth individually and bring that together collaboratively will change the whole entire world.
Absolutely. So quickly, just 1 minute each to go around. And once you said that, you know what came to my mind? The Williamson sister, how they actually work together. So if we have women doing that, and especially in politics, we'll be unstoppable. So Dr. Jones, quickly, your last point before we end this session. Thank you.
Yes, just to piggyback off of Dr. Harris, she is absolutely correct. It is not about competition, but it is about collaboration. Women have the ability to bring about unique perspectives when it comes to problem solving. And, you know, we definitely look towards ensuring that those issues that adversely impact our disproportionately impact our families and our communities, we're going to stand on and try to work hard to eradicate, right? So we have to stand together. If many of us already feel like we have the ability to support or want to support our communities, want to support women, want to see other women succeed, then we just have to stand together and do that. It's okay to step aside or open the door or push the door or hold the door open for other women when you see that they have the ability to do things that you are not able to do. Just like our men, just get out of the way, just stand aside, you know. So if we would work together as women, if we would collaborate and establish new role models, then we could we will start to see a huge shift when it comes to some of these decision-making process. So we have to do it together.
Thank you.
Dr. Perpetual. Yes, to add to all of that, I mean, we love spoken actually well. But the first question is also about women not being certain careers.
Yes.
I think it's because there's really male-dominated careers and women have not been encouraged. And some have shown interest. Sometimes they have been stamped, saying that it's not, we can't do it to a woman. And some have been able to break through that. So what we have to do to get more women to get into that career, to be able to get into different careers that are previously male-dominated. So we need to encourage that. Because we need to break the glass ceiling to make sure that we can implement and achieve whatever position or whatever goal that they want to achieve. So we have the ability to do that. And like I said before, we need to encourage each other. We then need to work together. We need to make sure we don't have anything like I said, jealousy or whatever to drag other men down, because we're not in a position to do that. But we need to support each other and create a world of trying to make sure that women achieve all that they need to achieve. And that kind of is what we're doing today. We're trying to make sure that the world knows that African women have evolved. African women have stepped aside and so thank you so much.
Thank you. And last but not least,
And then these people are and the lower levels to pull out the from the bottom, like America is not.
Okay.
So people might trust you more. Because most of the male, leaders, usually they give a lot of honor, but then when they come as you don't have this. But we as women, we can use that as the opposite when we come, we are available to show food that is in hand. Then that will help.
Don't forget
Thank you so much. We just need to go back and say, charity is our home. We can do something in our home to support that in our community, and of course on an international level. So thank you so much for being in the panel.
I'm like, this one here, just thank you.
Thank you.
Then-
You want to
Can you take it?
I have to do it. Oh, okay.
Let's just get a quick photo. Thank you.
Yeah, wait, wait.
Yeah, and
Yeah. I'm coming, wait.
yeah.
So should I?
I'm coming. Okay. Come on, use this one. No, wait.
Oh.
Watch it.
Thank you. Yeah.
We have picture. You want to include
I shall be.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, now let's have it.
Oh, the projector is on you.
Oh.
Oh, step down. Come, yeah, come up here. Start with that.
Okay.
One second.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Music break for the next session? Yeah. Off the mic.
Yes.
Can we do a 2-minute checking of this?
The next session. Hold that bodies. All right, so let's give them a moment to settle down. The energy is so hot in this room. I love it, I love it, I love it. Yes. So that's what happens when you put phenomenal leaders together. You know, when you have leaders in the house, nobody's waiting to be invited to the table. We just get up and we show up and we just do our thing. We check on our sisters. We love them when they love them. We don't ask for permission, you know. That's when you know that you have good stuff. That's when you know that you have authentic leaders in the room. So this next set of panelists are going to come up to the stage and we're going to be talking about a very beautiful topic. And the next one is breaking barriers, strategies to overcoming growth challenges faced by women in diaspora. So I'm going to be inviting my panelists to the stage. First of all, let me give you a moment to finish that donut in my hand. I'm going to skip her. All right, Dr. Lisa Ekole, please come up to the stage, beautiful. I'm also going to be inviting Pastor Mercy Word to the stage. Yes, please come. My beautiful, amazing, dynamic Miss Maria Ali.
Jambo.
Okay. Just get her flag. Hey, leave this woman. This is not a good rally. And of course, I'm going to be joining them for this section. So just a little bit about me. It's on page, let me see, page 7. If you want to learn about who I am, what I do, it's on page 7. It's not a weird way you have to read your whole life. So I'm just going to let you guys read. Leaders and readers, you know, that kind of thing. So y'all read some. Okay, I'm going to go join my beautiful, oh good, oh nice. I am right here. Okay, I'm just gonna take my seat, sit pretty. You know how they say ladies sit pretty? I'm sitting pretty today. Because of AWLO. I love it. Everybody looks good. Yes, we are all looking amazing. I am loving it. So let's get started, ladies. I am loving this vibe. So before we, of course, yes, our audiovisual, wonderful, extraordinary man serving us women today. We're so grateful. Let's give it up for him. DJ, audiovisual, everything. all the way from Houston, Texas. Come on now. All right. So I'm going to quickly reintroduce my panelists, and I'm just going to let them tell us a little bit about themselves before we get into the discussion. All right. My first panelist, Miss Mariam Ali. Please kindly introduce yourself, ma'am.
All right. My name is Arikana, and I am original background Somali, Tanzania, African, and Canadian.
Oh my God, that deserves a round of applause. I mean, she's global.
And I'm an activist, business entrepreneur, right? So keep it short. Activist, business entrepreneur, and we are humanity. We give back to our children, our community, and whatever knowledge we have, we share. The more you share, the more God gives.
Yeah. Amen. Thank you so very much, Miss Ali. My next panelist right next to her, beautiful Pastor Mercy Buare. Please kindly introduce yourself to the audience.
Absolutely. Good morning, beautiful ladies. My name is Pastor Mercy Buare, originally from Mali, American citizen, but I like to call myself citizen of the world. I've been blessed to go to about 29 countries. And one thing that I love about whatever I've done to link what I do is philanthropy, helping women to develop themselves. From the little girl to the widow to the grandmother, I believe we all have something to the table. And that is really my purpose in life, helping women to discover who they are and also connecting women to each other. With that said, I'm also a professional HR certified, working at UTA, the University of Texas, Arlington, as an HR manager. I am also a TV media personality. I have my own talk show, my own nonprofit also, to help again women with leadership development. What else? I am really loving what I'm seeing here, and I hope we'll be able to take whatever we are learning. Because it's not about just what we are taking here, it's developing it and then passing it along with other women. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor Mercy. And my final panelist, Dr. Lisa Ekole. Please kindly introduce yourself. I love your smile.
My name is Dr. Lisa Ekole. I'm originally from Cameroon. I'm a healthcare consultant, leadership expert, and a philanthropist. In the field of healthcare, I am a doctor of pharmacy, and I saw a breakdown when it comes to collaboration in healthcare, and I'm a problem solver. So I decided to go back and pursue a PhD to figure out what is it about leadership that healthcare professionals are all called to lead as doctors, pharmacists, but in real life, the teamwork that they ask you to pursue, once you put it into play, there is still a student. We decided to go back to pursue a PhD in health services, focus on leadership. I have 2 leadership frameworks out there, collaborative relational intelligence and the government role. I think I was able to find real yes, and by the grace of God, with those strategies, I've been blessed to take that knowledge to Harvard, to many organizations in the United States, and my country, Cameroon, has been able to use me to speak at national conferences such as the Youth Day, National Day as keynote speaker, and in 2022, they had me speak on nation building in the United States as a keynote speaker. That is to say that leadership is very, very important. I'd like to use this opportunity right here to thank Dr. Alias Peter, our ambassador and honorable member of this organization, because the CP is going to go a long way. I'm also a philanthropist, but I will leave that for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. All right, so this is a fully loaded panel, and I know you guys will agree with me that you're in for a ride. So let's get started, ladies. Our discussion today is on strategies to overcoming growth challenges that women face in diaspora. My first question to you, in no particular order actually, what are the most significant cultural and societal barriers women face in diaspora, in their professional growth, that you've identified in your individual journeys, right? So what are some of the, I'm merging two things now, cultural and societal, because when we talk about women in diaspora, we're actually talking about immigrants for the most part. So what are some of the challenges that they have faced in their professional growth, and how can these be effectively addressed through community support and mentorship programs? In no particular order, I'll give each of you about 2 minutes to share your thoughts.
Okay. You may notice that my accent is French. So for me, moving to a country where English is the official language, though I spoke English in my native country, I had to start all over again. It was amazing because in my mind, okay, I'm coming for graduate study, and I was going straight, for my study. It didn't happen. I had to go back to school, take those English classes. I believe the two ladies taught me, they speak all English in their country. So when you move here as immigrant and your country of origin is not English speaking, you have to go back to those requirements. That's number one. And of course, that is financial also burden on you. You didn't plan that when you were moving. To you, you are then coming and you are coming to schooling and then hopefully getting a job. So you have already the language barrier. With me, what I learned to do, immediately I will get offended when people do not understand my accent. Now, after 24 years in this country, I learned to give people grace. And whenever somebody says, I don't understand your accent, my first thing is that I don't understand your accent either. And listen, I speak 9 languages. English is one of them. So if I make a mistake, please correct me. Use people back when you come to language. Learn to use, to repeat your back. It's not everything that you have to answer. That is for the language. Now, regarding the environment, again, when I moved here, my goal was like, okay, let me try to connect my community. I did, and my first call to participate in the community event was a baby shower, and I was on the this is not my work. Because I came with some goal at my plan, which was to go to school, and I had a timeline. I believe last month we talked, we had a 2 weeks panel speaker, and during the presentation I talked about the vision board. Before even coming to the US, I had my vision board. I came with $300 in the United States. No family member, no place to stay. I stayed with the friend of Timor, and I was on my own. But because of my vision board, no matter what happened, having to move 8 times in 1 year, I had to stick to my vision. Yes, you gotta stick to your vision, because if you move to a different country as a diaspora without the vision, trust me, one thing that I learned in this country is the country where if you come to have fun, you're gonna have fun 1,000%. 20 years later, you look back, zero accomplishment. Yeah. You come here with a vision that you're gonna be at the top. 20 years later, trust me, you will not even know how it happened. It's all about your vision. That vision board needs to be in front of you, and you have to be able to go back to that vision board every often, every 2-3 years to reassess yourself. Because we as a diaspora, that's what we do. We go with the flow. And then later on, we are like, what happened? Last week, those of us who are men, and I'm going to talk even for myself. 9 years ago, I moved with my husband here. We are both pastors. I think international development, and I used to work for one project, USA, and all of that. I used to travel a lot. When we got married, we told me, sweetie, God gave me a vision to open the church in Texas. Meaning that I'm going to have to move out of my base and move here without moving to the land. Came here, but I didn't tell him. I said to myself, 5 years, I'm going to devote that for our vision of the church. After 5 years, I'm going to stand for me to start also by all projects. That is the mistake that so many diaspora, especially the professional, the intellectual. They will bring their husband from Africa, give them documentation. The husband gets his paperwork, he goes to school, she stopped going to school, and then is working to provide. Then 20 years later, Mr. Ben is like, oh, you are not writing for me. And that moment is losing everything. I see it so many men coming to me, pastor crying to me after 20, 30 years devoted in the vision of our husband. Again, I'm not saying that don't support our husband. Don't forget his son.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Pastor Mercy. Oh my God, this panel, I'm just like, okay. All right, the question about societal and cultural barriers and how can our women overcome these when it comes to their professional development in any other particular order, the panelists.
I like to echo what she just said, because you said about language barrier. They all told me that you don't have Canadian experience. You know, when you're looking for work and you're new in the country, they're asking, you don't have Canadian experience, you don't have a Canadian education, right? So, and remember, when you're living, I used to live in the Toronto Community Housing. And I said, my degree and everything I studied back home, you say you're talking English, they told me they don't understand, I speak too fast. Okay, so everything they'll always look for something because of your color to put you down. What I decided, I went to run to be a tenant truck to fight for the rights of the people who live in government housing. Through that, I managed to be elected across the whole of Toronto, the only Black woman sitting on the board of directors of Toronto. Okay, wow. But for me, it was not enough because I felt like I'm a flower to everybody else there. We had a city councillor, politician, and everything. Why is it in Toronto, which is multicultural, and many of our Black community in Toronto housing? Why is it I'm the only Black woman and only one Black woman, so we only two? So what I did, I brought Jojo to the city TV, and I brought Oka Ontario against poverty to the table. They told me that it's not conflicts of interest. So I asked myself, what do they mean of conflicts of interest? I came from the poverty line, right? My community voted for me to represent their voice. And then they shut you down that it is conflicts of interest. So through that, I decided to campaign with all the women in the community. They call us a fucking meeting. You know, when you're talking to each other, but it doesn't go farther. I put them all over in the bus. We drive to Ottawa or Parliament. You know, through that, I will be part of Opulence Global Change, Global World, right? Somebody just told me, you guys know where you're coming from, so we come from Toronto to compare with, right? I said, it's better to be an entrepreneur than fighting in the government because you're wasting your time. You know, they look for you only when they're looking for the vote. After the vote, all the promises going down the drain. So all these things, you know, when you're doing Canada, like you hear this is I asked that guy, where is that business? I said, it's across the street. We are in Ottawa, like 4 hours away from home. Everybody else, they say we are tired. You know, sometimes some people, they don't see the vision, right? So you say you are tired. When you don't rest until when you're sleeping to the 6 feet under. But when you're still healthy and you're strength, run. Like, don't be scared. And remember, you need your nose to get to your yes. Because if you say, maybe it's not for me, or you're judging somebody, it's not for her, and you're closing door for other sister or other brother, no. You know, you needed to want that no so bad, so you can get rid of it. You get that yes. The yes is the one bringing that vision to life. That's where I am in the city, because I refuse to just know and sit down. I want more no's so I can get close to my yes. The lady I sit with her in the board of directors of Toronto Housing, Olivia Chow, now she is the mayor of the city. But 67 years ago, we sit together, equal right, I took her to Kenya. We went, Chicago Housing Association in New York. So all that because it opened my eyes through business entrepreneurs. So I took that business Everybody else went to the hotel to sleep, so I wanted to drive back. Me, I went to the meeting, and I signed on the spot. I brought that business to community housing, and it managed to remove me out of the government housing and pay off the university for my children. Wow. Because I took charge of, they say, even on the plane, they tell you wear your own mask. You know, because how you gonna go and have somebody else while yourself and drink it out? So you know the way how to show the other person how to do it. One thing, remember, our kids, our children needs us. Yeah. But if we don't wear that mask ourselves, how are we gonna go and reach out and help? Yeah. For me, not being scared, I managed to help a lot of together. As a team now, it's not only my strength, it's we are our strength. That's why it drew me to join AWLO, because African women leadership, it can take all the women leadership around the world. I am the president of African for World Women Leading Change in Canada and Pacific, right? But when we took 60 women to Dubai, I see very few of our community in African continent there. I said, I don't belong to this World Women Leading Change. That's why I joined AWLO. African women leading change. That is our strength. We can share the business entrepreneur. Yes. My sister, everybody have a copy of this? Yes. Really? This woman, top 100 women in Africa, she was honored by United Nations. Top 10 executives, she's one of them. She has 1,500 employees. 13 councillors and 125 in Robert. Yes. In men's world in African continent, she managed it because every time she goes, they told her, no, you cannot qualify for ILACA. She said, how much do I need to qualify? They said over 10,000. So she fought and she did it. Now she's 36 years and she's leading top leader in the African continent in Tanzania. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, we can. Yes. Awesome. Okay. So now that Liza, just can you tell us your perspective of this particular topic?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, moderator. This is right on my turf, and I think this is a very, very important topic. My goal for today, as a panelist, is to touch on this topic relationally. Second, from the standpoint of healthcare, and finally, from the standpoint of women in the diaspora raising kids in this Western society. Coming to America as an immigrant, as I told you guys, I was so passionate about understanding what real leadership is. As a pharmacist working with other doctors, I saw a lot of disconnect in the hospital. In my research, I realized that until we as individuals are able to understand who we are, self-awareness is some sort of intrapersonal leadership. If you don't know who you are, you are not going to be able to have a vision board and pursue it successfully. Because you're going to follow other people's dream. Let me get a little bit scientific here because I like to put facts and add practicality to things. And this has turned to be very, very transformational. We've gone through so many ages of life: gathering, hunting, farming for sustenance, and then we got into manufacturing and then technology. When technology came, computers started coming in the 70s. What happened there? Knowledge became more available. A lot of people have heard about IQ. Oh, because she has a high IQ, she's going to be very, very successful. But let me tell you something, because now knowledge is more available. A lot of people now are more knowledge workers, which means Your knowledge is not the most exciting thing about you anymore.
Good job.
Now, if you guys, are following, we're in an age called relational age.
Yes.
And how many of you have heard about relational intelligence?
Yes.
So when he came in the 80s, everybody said, oh, he's an emotional, intelligent leader. Because that is what the world was looking for. Somebody that will be self-aware, other-aware, have all of these things in place. And what am I trying to tell you? For you to be successful today, I don't care whether you are a man or woman.
Yes.
We can talk about men taking our jobs all we can. If we do not prepare ourselves to be successful, we're going to be the underdogs, whether we like it or not. I say this as a leadership coach, executive coach, that have coached women and men from Fortune companies, and I see the transformation. Once you understand who you are,
Absolutely.
and you understand the styles of others, everything else falls in place. So now, your IQ, what you learn in school is only account for 4 to 10% of the success in this relational age. People are looking for good experience. So you might be a medical doctor. If your patients don't have good experience, when they come to your office, guess what?
Zero.
There's an internet now, they can self-diagnose themselves on the internet. Don't go down the street. So before, people used to travel miles to go see a doctor. The doctors are available. America is changing, even with the hospitals. They take now, so based on patient. How was your experience with the doctor? Did the doctor respond to your question correctly? Listen, I'm getting to somewhere. Okay, and now if you are not catching up and self-developing, just like Dr. Harry said, you're going to be a loser. Self-development is very important, so you catch up. So when we come here as immigrants, and we come here, we meet our sisters and brothers, and we say we're just going to go along together, along with ourselves in service and to spend up, because that's one thing that I've seen in our community. Then let me move further. For you to be successful, it says 80 to 85% of those that are successful personally and in their career space are those that understand how to relate with others.
Yes.
And you're probably asking, how do we do that? Because I asked about this, it prompted me naturally and the program solver, I want to solve the problem. In America, billions of dollars go to waste due to lack of collaboration in healthcare. So after practicing pharmacy for some time, and I opened my own pharmacy, I did hospital, opened my own pharmacy, I said, I've reached the pinnacle of my career. I want to go back and look into this research. Billions of dollars, that thing stuck to the strings of my heart. I said, this will be the budget of my country, Cameroon. I went out there and I pursued this PhD. And by the grace of God, I have the only scholarly work out there on relational intelligence for interprofessional collaboration. Okay. And one thing that I would like to add to that, while I was doing that research, I sought advice from so many Africans, of course. And some told me, why would you want to go pursue a PhD? You're already a doctor of pharmacy. And I had a goal for myself. They didn't share in my vision. Then when it got to the point of writing this research for publication, I put the code in there. I said, Paul became all things, because right there, everything I was studying in leadership were already in the Bible. I said, this thing was already here. We're talking about relational intelligence now. Paul became all things to all men by saying that changing is fundamental beliefs. Somebody told me to put that there because religion. Nobody will read your research. Let me tell you, I get lectures. Your research is being read all over the world. Where is your account? So you should drop some royalties, money to you. I'm not even looking for that.
Yes.
That research has taken me to Harvard. It's taken me to many stages in life. But you see, you don't share your goals when you come to this country with just anybody like Susan glasses. Because some people out of their ignorance will block the goals that God has for them. And so when we know this, we pass it on to our kids too. Or when we need it, our kids will live through that experience. These are experiences that we pass on, okay? So we talk it, but also live it. Now, when it comes to that Please give me a couple of minutes. I'm really passionate about this, and I think I'm right about it.
Go ahead.
For free.
Go ahead, please.
For free. Now, when we talk about you coming to the diaspora and facing issue, research says 85% of our problems is communication.
Yes.
People fail because of communication, and it's not just because you are from the diaspora. Even Americans who fail in that aspect. Until we know how to communicate effectively. And what do I mean by communicating effectively? Communicating effectively, one is being self-aware, knowing your style of communication, and realizing that communication is just 7% what we say. 93% is non-verbal.
Yeah.
You don't understand that. So somebody can tell you, welcome, you get that welcome with body language. It's totally different.
Yes.
Your body is a tool of influence. Yeah. And when we master those skills, and we are out there going out to get things, and we communicate that, not just by our words, our actions, our tone alone constitute about 48% of our communication. Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you? You understand yours, and then you realize that people are unique in their own ways.
Yes.
There are people that think in terms of who, what, and why and how. If you talk to somebody that thinks in terms of why, in the form of who, right there, you are racist.
Absolutely.
Right there, you're biased.
Absolutely.
Right there, you are gender inequality, whatever. Yeah. So as we call people biased, that's others are calling us biased. Why? Because we are not speaking their language. People like people that are like them. People that they want them. Unlike. And so your goal is to learn your style and learn techniques on how to adapt the styles of others for a win-win collaboration. In my framework, leadership collaboration is gaining value in our differences for a win-win. Gaining value for a win-win. Yeah. Let me touch on one last thing. When they talk about bias, it's easy for us women. Say, oh, men are biased against us. But we also have our own biases. There's something called blame. There's called blame, right? Yes. And let me tell you, 90% of the time we're either subconscious or unconscious. 10% of the time are we conscious. Yes. When you master the technique of activating your prefrontal cortex and to be in the presence whenever you're doing stuff. And one of the conflicts we face today, you will not even face. 100%. Something. I don't have conflicts to do.
Me neither. Choose your battle. Choose your battle.
That I was saying, this I don't like this person. It's your soul to live. If it is just misunderstanding, when you master the skill, you realize that the problems that we have, it's not really problems. They are not really problems. It's due to lack of interpersonal understanding of each other. Yes. So, unconscious bias comes about when you see somebody, it just comes naturally. The first thing that happens, your brain, there's a center in your brain that deletes information, exaggerate, distort it based on your beliefs, based on where you come from, based on your gender. Immediately, you will either feel drawn to that person or push that person away. Look at politics, look at how we fight with each other because people think differently. But let me tell you, in my coaching and training, I train the doctors and train with plenty of doctors from Africa. When they come here, I said, listen, before you get in there, we'll go through the first step of CRP. So you have to first of all be able to challenge your unconscious mind. If not, you marry the wrong person. Yes. You will hire the wrong person because you are seeing them through your own lens. Not their lens. You are seeing your own lens and not their lens. When you achieve this level of education and intelligence, collaborative relational intelligence is my leadership framework. It teaches you that, listen, putting myself aside and seeing this person for the purpose that I want him or her to come into this organization. What can they bring that I don't have that we can use for a win-win?
Absolutely.
I would like to go into techniques on how to touch our prefrontal cortex to be in the minimum. I hate to take the time.
We'll
Okay.
set up a master class.
Thank you.
I think we'll set up a master class and we'll do a virtual master class so that all of you in our all around the globe can benefit from your wealth of knowledge. I'm so excited. You know, I let her go because I was just listening to her and I was resonating. You know, earlier I said, I can't read my own bio and introduce myself. One of the things that I work on as a professional executive coach is emotional intelligence as a framework to help develop organizational culture, leadership, and increase productivity. So I'm so really resonating with you and everything you are facts. And one of the things that I do when I work with clients, even in corporate America, is I tell them I'm a faith-based coach. So when you talk about people rejecting you because you're putting the Bible or something, no, they're not. It's your own assumption of what the reality is. And because you're assuming that you're projecting that on them, people actually welcome when you are grounded in something real. So even the people who don't have your faith beliefs, when they see that you're breaking knowledge from a perspective of not just because you have, when they say I have a PhD, I say I'm more than my title. It's not just about my PhD, it's who God created me to be. I'm evolving my career over the years and doing all of the stuff in the United States and just being able to find my path is because of my relationship with God. And I can also know that that's a love for all of us here. So, congratulations. So we're really going to talk about this. This is something we have to learn about because a lot of people don't understand how important your profit, your bottom line, your growth, your development, your advancement, everything connects to your emotional intelligence bottom line. And when I got that secret, guess what? I got trained, I got certified, and I now use it to make money as an expert in that space. Right, so panelists, let's get back on track to helping our women develop in diaspora, getting over, and you guys have mentioned a lot of things. You know, Pastor Mercy talked about being your authentic self, having a vision. Vision is clear. You know, the Bible says my people perish for lack of what? Knowledge. And I say this, beyond knowledge, you know, when we read the Bible, we read it superficially. But now, knowing who I am, I read the Bible and I go back and study and read beyond what the word says. It's not for lack of knowledge, it's the application of the knowledge that the Holy Spirit has given to you. So you're going to perish because He told you what to do, you know what to do. We don't know what to do, but we just do not apply it. So, and of course, Ms. Friday, Ms. Allen just talked about just being able to be audacious, the audacity to confront the things that are being thrown in your face. And audacity doesn't just come overnight. It comes because you believe so much in who you are, what you're doing, and you're able to show the receipts. So when women talk about quality, you know, I always tell them, let's change the narrative, let's change the conversation. Let's start showing the receipts. Because when you show the receipts, you become undeniably, you know, nobody can deny your excellence. Your results cannot be denied. But if we're just talking about this and that, the world is still, they're just going to keep pushing us around. But your results will make you undeniably excellent. And that is it. And of course, my emotional intelligence expert, my senior colleague, I really appreciate what you shared. So the next question here is, in what ways can digital platforms and technology be utilized to provide access to resources, training, and marketing? I see them getting excited. Training and markets for women in diaspora, helping them to scale their ventures and careers. Because one of the things that I hear a lot, especially with our older generation women, they're so scared of this thing called technology. They're so intimidated by that. I don't know how to, there's nothing that you don't know how to do. Even at 80, you can still know. My grandmother, she passed on at 101. I saw her before she passed on at 99. And she was reading her Bible without glasses. And she was like, oh, my daughter, mommy, aren't you cold in my language? I was like, Mama, you're reading. She said, oh, Ma.
With no glasses.
I said, so where is the limitation or where is the limitation? It's only in your mind. So in what ways can we apply digital resources to help women in diaspora to advance their businesses, to advance their careers so that they can be more profitable? In no particular order.
I can start.
Yes, ma'am.
Since the business entrepreneur, I fired my boss in 2005. Okay, and I said no more bosses, because at the end of the day, even the time of pandemic, because I did fire my boss and go online business entrepreneur, our sales on the pandemic 2020, everybody else was locked out. We had 300% increase. And I made more money on the pandemic time than any other time when I used to drive on that traffic, going back and forth. And then you take your kids to the daycare. So all the money they pay on us, you pay the daycare, the meal, the diaper, and all that, and taking care of your mother and taking care of my brother's disability. So at the end of the day, when you work for somebody, and then that salary, the tax, but business entrepreneur, I used to get tax write-off. So coming here, for me too, is a tax write-off. My hotel, I gave everybody here knowledge, right? It's a bonus. And at the end of the day, I promote my business at the same time. And all that is because of technology. Yes. Don't ever be scared to be a business entrepreneur. We have the youngest, 18 years old in our company, right? A business entrepreneur. She helped her mom to pay all her debt at 18 years old. They always give us a lot of debt. They want iPads, laptop, nice shoes. I remember those good old days when we used to work so hard to pay to our children. But if we teach, even if we don't know the technology, our kids are expert on technology. I posted, I'm very fluent in social media, I'm good in my WhatsApp group. So I give it to my daughters because now my daughter is a mental health social worker. My other daughter, she opened her own NGOs, right? But they help me on technology to post on social media. So instead of you doing the Snapchat by yourself, you invest on your business, the one you love. And then when you wear, somebody asks, where did you get? You don't refer from your own website. Because be a product of a product. I like that. Yeah. Right. Product of a product. Yeah. Any product. It's a clothing, it's a beautiful jewelry. My sister, what you're wearing there. I've been admiring all my sister here. I've been talking to our chief there. Everything she's wearing is something I want that. Right? So we don't need to go outside of our bubble. Everybody can manage to gain through business than us keep paying Guess, Chanel, Gucci, Prada. You look so good. And they take all the money, they don't send even 10% to you, say thank you for wearing and advertising. But me, I get paid. A lot of us business entrepreneurs, am I right, guys? Yeah. Right? We get paid to wear your own products. So somebody, like my queen there, have our own product to keep you healthy. Yeah. Right? Yes. You stay healthy, and guess what? The money donated to the children in Africa. Amen. Right? And guess what? It's a tax write-off. Yeah. So instead of you giving the country, the tax, all your money, claim it, because it is your right. You're not doing anything illegal, right? Yeah. There you go. When I learned that when I was on the board of directors, I never knew about the tax write-off. We go to this big hotel, $300 a plate, a steak like this, right? What I could go to the community where my community have a restaurant and eat a big plate like this. Amen. And take it home and share. Amen. Right? Amen. And that money goes to your brother and sister. And that money can help a child in Africa. Amen. And that money, it can increase and expand that business. Why are we buying from outside? Right? Charity begins at home. Yes. We need to check ourselves exactly what you're capable of. You need to appreciate yourself, what you're capable of, what you can deliver. Because another sister, another brother, another child another youth wants that opportunity. Don't be scared to share. The only thing that say yes or no. Don't judge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. I'm just going to quickly move over to Pastor Mercy. Digital age, how can we implement that to help our women in diaspora?
You know, I believe 3 years ago when COVID hit, we all thought it was the end of the world. But the more I'm looking at women in especially minority women, the amount of women that have started entrepreneurship during the COVID time, and speaking of myself, my non-profit was birthed during the COVID. And looking back today, I'm like, wow, it made me to really tell anyone, when you have an idea, let's get started. Yeah. Don't wait. We have to shut down our church, my husband and I. And meanwhile, we are going through a lot of turmoil in my marriage. We moved out of the house for 6 months. And one morning, after doing my devotion, I'm hearing the Holy Spirit telling me, start preaching online. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Because right now, my marriage is, nothing is working. And in the midst of nothing is working, he's telling me, start preaching. I fought the idea for a couple of weeks and finally decided to start in my living room. Yeah. Believe me, because I'm from a Muslim background, but when I started, people started connecting. Amen. And from there, within few months, the Lord gave me the inspiration to start the nonprofit, to share my life experience. Because many people ask me, especially women, that's why. How have you been able to get to that level internationally? And sitting with American, thinking that I have a relationship. So no, I don't. I don't. So I felt that, okay, how can I share that experience? Started with talk show. In my second living room, I turned it into a studio. I was the video man, I was the editor, but the way it was set up, people didn't know. When I started, the view were about 20 views. Absolutely. Within 2 years, it expanded to just 20 views to over 200,000 views every 5 years. 55 countries. Lord, hallelujah. And we starting now to sign contract with international organizations to start partnership. Then the devil hit in December, shut down everything. I cried and I'm like, God, but I told you, you told me to do this. Yes. It's been 7 months that I haven't been out. Because I invested so much in marketing and PR last year to just get it to that level. Again, I'm talking about social media and IT. But I started from just a tiny word from God. Yes. Even though it looks like everything is dead, today I'm connected to AWLO to what I did. Yes. This is to tell women that we have a powerful tool in our hand, which is tiny devices. Yeah. To make our voice to be heard, because I never thought, and the funny thing is, when I was having the shows, my biggest audience was in India. Amen. Wow. Because you can see the statistics, you can analyze your audience. And I'm like, wow, it was just this tiny device that made people to hear my voice. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. So I really want to speak to women who feel like they don't have time, who think like, oh, okay, I don't have a connection. Start from where you are. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. The rest will come. Oh, the rest will come, but you have to start from what you have. That's right. And going back to our children, because I see that so many times in our diaspora, my best friend, her son is only 12. And last year, I was talking to her and she was upset that the boy is being on this computer because I do video editing myself in the past. So now I'm getting to start working with professionals. So when she said that, it really in my ears. I'm like, oh, what are you saying? Oh, he spent all his time just video gaming. I'm like, let me talk to you.
Within 2 minutes, when I think to a boy, I said, Fatty, you have a gem in your house. Let me coach your son. Because in doing also what I do, I also coach youth that have business and entrepreneurship. I bring them to my show to showcase them to the world and to see, to showcase also what they are doing. Not only that, one of the biggest things that I've seen in the diaspora is our kids have issue integrating. Because we as diaspora parents, we tend to stay in our same community. We don't learn the do's and don'ts in our diaspora. Basically, it's our home welcoming country. And when you don't understand your environment, you will not be able to take the meaning. You will not be able to take the meaning. I see so many kids, of diaspora people graduating, but they have issue breaking into the workforce. They have issue breaking in because they don't know how to get in. And that has been my mission for the past 2 years and 6 years. When I'm going through resumes, my first thing is to look at the foreign base. In the past, I would say 4 months, I brought to the table, I would say about 7 to 8 Nigerian girls. At least bringing them, giving them a chance to come for the interview. And I'm even going a step further. I will call them on my phone, cell phone, out of the office, to groom them to prepare for the interview. Because I see what's going on. As soon as we come into the room and they see us African accents, they shut down and take us. Yeah. They shut down and say, I can't get an accent. And you are talking about those Nigerian girls, they have doctorate, they have master's degree in engineering. Yeah. Those are things that we struggle to fill in for our contracts. So we have the diaspora having those degrees, but it's hard for them. I even go further, even talk about their dress. Please, when you come for the interview, I need to be in suit. One of them was a speaker. I told her, I said, you can't do that. We have to break, and then you are a speaker talking in your native language. Come on, sister. We have to understand also there is a science diplomatic code when you go somewhere. Yes. Yeah. And you gotta be able to understand that and to speak it. Yes. Because without that, nobody will keep your knowledge. They will keep you out. Right. We only have to get in. Now, how are we going to stay in and then move up? Yeah. You have to understand. Exactly. So this is what technology can really help. Yes. Yeah. When I started my talk show, my coach was very heavy. And I watched my own video. Then I went to look at other TV media people like Oprah Winfrey. Right. I believe that I call myself the Oprah Winfrey of Africa. Where that's why I'm going to my TV. Amen. The do's and don'ts. Even the body language when you're on the scene. How you carry yourself. Yeah. Mostly how to speak. Yes. So I really want to appeal to our mothers in the diaspora. When you are here, even going to pick up your child, it is great when you are home to feel yourself, but don't go pick up your child looking ragged. Let's just say it. Because sometimes our children suffer from that. That's right. It's true. The only kids laugh at them. Monkey. Yeah. Because of us, the mother, showing up at school, not looking good. Yeah. But this time I'm in the office, I mean from home. When I go pick up my son, I put my suit on. Come on. I put my suit on to go pick him up. I agree. Not only that, be present also in your kids' life, because I really want to burn into this. Yeah. But therefore, women, we get so focused on making money. To send to Africa, to build big houses in Africa, we don't even live there. And our children, we don't focus on them. Absolutely. Give them a platform. When we spend thousands into outfit, and then this summer, my son went to engineering classes at UTA. They had the kids a Southern camp, STEM class of hundreds of kids. It was only that. And I think there was one Nigerian child. Because we Africans, we don't want to invest into our kids' IT STEM training. Those are skills that makes money. But we have to be willing to pay the price.
Yeah.
If it's meant for us to forego going to a couple of events and putting that, because those papers are not cheap. It is not cheap. So we look at it and feel like, oh no, I don't want to waste my money. But let's be mindful. So I wanted to cover us, but also our children, because they're our voice. They were born here. We gotta make it easier for them to be fully American or wherever they are, Canada or whichever country. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have a hard time summarizing this. Too many gems. I hope you're taking notes. I hope you're taking notes. So you know what we said? I said your journals, your notebooks, everything gotta be out because you have to be taking notes. Because some of these gems, that's why we're here. And you know, they just drop it for free. Come on now.
Yeah, come on now. Wow, thank you. Great presentation from my two colleagues here, Pastor Messi. You hit the hammer on the nail. Because I'm not going to talk about some topics when it comes to kids in the diaspora, because we touch on some very important topics there. Let's take all of what you said and kind of try to digest it. But I'm going to touch on two areas. I'm going to add, piggyback on what she just said, and then switch to healthcare. For step parents from the diaspora, can you please stop telling your daughters, your sons, to call everybody in the African community auntie uncle? Can we please stop that? We need our kids to intermarry. When you start making them to feel that they are all cousins and uncles and sisters and whatever, and that mothers and aunties, somebody that you don't even know, Ghanaian, introducing her daughter to her Cameroonian friend as that's your auntie. Subconsciously, it registers in that child's mind that this is my auntie. And so that desire to even intermarry is not there. I am really concerned about the next generation. I don't know about you. I tell a lot of people I have plenty of degrees behind my back, plenty of things to show for, but what keeps me awake at night? What about the next generation? And it is a horrible thing for you not to know your identity. Are we taking our kids back to their roots? Are we taking our kids back to their roots? That is why I respect and I honor voices like that of our mother, Dr. Arikana. She's like to me a version of Kwame Nkrumah, who said, we are not African because we are born in Africa. It's because Africa is in us. Why do we care and we refuse to instill in our children even a tiny bit culture that maybe we are here, and our desire to work hard? Do we even take them forward? This is a real problem. Our kids want to marry from Africa, but we don't even introduce them to the right environment, or the way we took it is so toxic that they are turned off. If we don't adopt some of these skills, relational intelligence, learning how to raise our kids uniquely, we feel. I gave a talk at a church in Washington, D.C., and this medical doctor, the next year on the Sunday, she called me, she put this like she was in tears. Said, Dr. Lisa, here am I, the medical doctor. I thought I'm very educated, I have the money. It's too late now. I raised all my kids the same way. Here you are telling me that to some of your kids, you tell them thank you. So you don't tell them thank you, you show an expression, because every child is unique. And if we come with the African mentality, because of the way our parents raised us in a very transactional manner, meaning because I am your mom, you're going to do this, otherwise this will happen. That does not cut it here.
In fact, your child in this age will feel like my mom doesn't like me. And when they go to school, they hear kids from another race say, oh, you did that? That's bad. But go tell your counselor. You push them to feel.
Yeah.
But how do you know this? It's by you investing in yourself.
Yes.
We get so busy that we miss the most important things in life. With technology, we can grow. We can self-develop ourselves. We can get programs online now to grow ourselves, to understand the society that we are in. When I just moved to Dallas, I put together a program for youth because it's very challenging for us immigrant parents to raise kids in this Western world. And most of the kids, if you talk to them and talk to some African parents, they feel bullied. They feel it, even if it's happening or not. Because by virtue of the fact that their parents are different at home and they are coming on, they are talking to some parents that to kids that their parents are totally different, that already absorbs some of their self-esteem. So my goal was to instill in them some CRU framework that will help them guard against bullying. We have to teach our kids how to not to become victims. How do you protect yourself? And there are just some postures that we can teach our kids to take that the bully will see and know that you cannot mess with me. Because after all, communication is 93% nonverbal. So you see, by us educating ourselves, enable us to educate our children. We also have online now where we can help our children connect with others back at home. Yeah, do some online church, online communication, so that some things they are not hearing from you, but they are with other kids and they are learning from each other. So let's take these things very seriously. Actually, we come here maybe because we feel that we are from a country that is so good. We come here, we want to grab everything in the Western world and we forget ourselves. Otherwise, why would we train our kids to call others auntie, and yet we want to adopt everything as about Americans don't even train their kids to call anybody small auntie, call them by your first name. There's that distinction, you know? So we have to really be very careful on that. Now, switching to using digital platform to grow ourselves in the business world. Wow. So for the past 2 years, I've been working on a very big project. Naturally, I like to solve problems because I feel like we spend so much energy criticizing those that are in power, those that are supposed to do stuff for us in Africa, and that energy we can take it and put it towards something good.
Yes.
And in that process, I decided to make a mental boundary. I have decided that if I meet an African that wants to criticize their government, before I listen to them, I would like to know what they have done to contribute. You have to earn the right to be able to criticize anything or anybody.
Right.
It does not mean that criticism is bad. There's something called constructive criticism. Unfortunately, most of us, we embark on destructive criticism. And that kind of mindset will be very thwarted, even in our children, about where we come from. And then we come and go on the ideas of the Western world, forgetting that sometimes some of the things that we have is even better than what we're trying to get out there.
Yeah.
Now there's technology. I'm in healthcare, my husband is in healthcare. There are great things happening in Africa, right? But there are great things happening in the medical field. I am so humbled to share that not only have we recently launched what they call the CRU Precision Medicine Clinic, which is virtual, and you might be wondering what's precision medicine. I don't know how many of you are familiar with pharmacogenomics. Pharmacogenomics, from a pharmacist standpoint, is where the doctor prescribes you a medication that writes with your gene. That is precise for you, because a doctor can prescribe lisinopril for you, And it works for A because of how their body metabolizes and all that. But for B, it will not work the same.
Exactly.
So generally, right now in healthcare, what is happening is try and error.
Yes.
Try and error. You know, adverse events is the third leading cause of hospitalization in America. And so this is getting crowds in America. And as an African, I'm like, we don't have to wait to jump into the game. How do we take it back to Africa? Now you can do a lot of stuff remotely. I see people on 20 medications, and after they go through their pharmacogenomics testing and they sit with the pharmacogenomic pharmacists, they're down on 5. Not only that, they get better because we have lots of side effects because that specificity is not there. But taking it further is root cause analysis and functional medicine. My husband is family medicine specialized in functional medicine. Let me tell you how this two go hand in hand. With root cause analysis, when you have something like cancer or mental issue or psychiatric issue, they don't just diagnose and tell you that this is what you have. Root cause analysis enables your doctor to be able to tell you that the reason why you're suffering from this is because this gene here is out of whack, this specific gene. But coupled with precision medicine pharmacogenomics, they are able to tell you that because this gene is out of whack, and because of your sex, your environment, your age, this medicine, this specific medication, when you take it, it's going to suppress this gene, and that is the only way you get better. It does not treat the symptoms like most people do in conventional medicine. So you see now, women that are worried that their kids might end up with fibroid, when they do some of these tests, right, you can tell the propensity exactly of your kid having that fibroid. Maybe it might just be a vitamin that you need to go on right now to prevent that. Women that have pain, those that cannot give birth. What about women with kids that have autism? I'm talking, this is a real issue with women in the diaspora, when they have kids that maybe have a health crisis, right? They have family members in Africa that are really sick, and they send money, they work hard, they send money, and the healthcare system that maybe is not really correlated or giving them the answers that they want. We have an opportunity to be able to start using this new type of technology. I always tell people in this relational age, knowledge, the right kind of knowledge is both a currency and a commodity and a cost. So when you take this kind of knowledge, you start researching, you know, what is this that Dr. Lisa talked about? You know, I've been having this issue with diabetes, obesity. You know, there are many medications out there, but let me look for the root cause and have a medication that tackles that. That is what we're bringing into Africa. As a matter of fact, I opened my calendar this week, 30 minutes for free for anybody that wants to talk about this issue. Especially those that, I mean, some of you know some parents that have kids that are struggling with autism, mental issue, all kinds of things that sometimes they don't even know what is going on. They have spent so much money and they're willing to give everything to see their kids get better. So the thankfulness to the technology we have now, because of that, a lot of things can be done. Things can be done. So with that being said, I'll hand back to
So amazing panels have done justice, Pastor Mercy.
Yes, I just want to add something quick here that I think we haven't touched is knowledge sharing. That is something so deep to my heart. Last year, when I through my show, I was able to connect with this organization, and they help women in business in Africa to find funding, but also to prepare a proposal and put the proposal together so that they can get funding for those things that they want to accomplish. And as a coach, executive coach for women in business, One thing that I focus on is, again, sharing my knowledge. I've been fortunate enough to travel and live in 29 countries. One thing, and my background is really French. I've worked in the French system for over 20 years before moving to the US. And now I have this expertise here in the US also. What I'm doing with the women in Africa, especially the Francophone women, is to really help them to understand, especially those women in business, how American way of doing business, we have to do it together. They are very pragmatic.
Yes. Yes.
In the US, we are all about getting the process right and getting to the result. In the Francophone country, we are much more into thinking, and then it can take years before we start moving. Those are things that I do with women in business in the Francophone country. Take time, first of all, for the first month or two, to listen and ask questions about how are you doing your business process? How is your marketing department? Explain to me exactly what you do. What about the sales department? You will be amazed that the CEO is one doing everything. Yeah. So of course she doesn't have time to go seek for new contracts. And I'm like, sweetie, number one, we're gonna first of all standardize the process. So what I'm saying here is really making sure those of us who are here and we've been fortunate enough to know how the system works in Africa and to know how the system works here, we can even start new business venture with that because women are looking for that. And it's amazing because I have two of them today. Within the 5 months that I coached them, one of them, she was able to leave her business in Niger and move to Ivory Coast for 3 months to start a new business because she basically standardized everything from the training. I thought, you gotta do a video on your training. So that even if you are not there, you need somebody in charge of that department. So, and then from being far, then using technology, you can be on WhatsApp and then have a meeting, see if she's doing it correctly and correct it, while actually you can be in the taxi going to your next meeting. The second one, within like, I would say 2 3 months of training her. Number one, this country again, we can use technology to learn English because she's a French speaker. And I told her, okay, we got to get you up to speed in mastering, speaking professional English. I found a school here for her. Yes, she had to take the class late night, but within 3 months, she left me a vocal completely in English. For 15 minutes, she was talking.
So my question, thank you so much. Yes, we're gonna move this along because we still have one more session and we do have one. I think there
was a question from the.
Okay. Was there a question from the audience? I'm not monitoring the Zoom, so it's from the Zoom. But before we, is there a question?
From the Zoom.
Okay.
From the Zoom.
Yes.
All right. Do you have a question?
It's really just a statement.
Okay.
In regards to technology.
Yes.
All of the things that were said about technology is amazing. But one thing that we also have to look at when it comes to technology. Technology, if you're not careful, it takes away common sense. Because there's so much technology being pushed into our children that they don't even want to learn mathematics on their own without a calculator. So we have to also make sure that as we're teaching the elevation of technology, that we're also teaching how to be independent of technology.
Balance it out. Yeah, so very important for us to be able to balance it out. Do you, is that, I'm not sure. What's that?
We're gonna mention the question once.
Okay, somebody wants to ask a question. So while they're trying to set that up, did you want to add something else?
Just this is close to my mind.
No, we're not, yeah, we're not doing that. 1 second, we're gonna close now because we have to get in the next panelists here. We're like over time. So the last thing is, just in your closing remarks, I want you all to address this final point, is the fact that how can women in diaspora balance the dual pressure of maintaining their cultural identity while also fully immersing themselves to be most successful in any location they find themselves. So that is just being able to adopt, maintain their cultural identity, but still advance themselves professionally, be audacious in their thinking, be audacious in their asks, and go for as much as possible, everything that they want to go for. Now, for this final round of plays, I'm going to ask you to limit it to 2 minutes, so that way we can round up this session and the next group of panelists can come up. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can go. Yes, ma'am.
All right, for the, I always say we have to have a solution, you know, like with all the discussion and everything. What are the solutions? The solution is, first of all, you yourself there as our amazing MC, you already represent exactly the solution. Like you speak the English very well, you can represent to the audience very well. You dress up to kill, you know. Everything you have means you already represent yourself proper, right? And you are North American and you didn't forget your culture, right? So means again, we go back to product for product, right? And at the end of the day, I'm part of African Union 60 region, which is all of us, and they are on the audience too on Zoom. It is an umbrella where it supports AWLO, like everybody who has something to bring back to Africa. Like it's kind of like on all, like the United Nations. So it is the government of our African nation. It is something which what you have right now, I am so impressed. It's the first time I hear, right? But all the things you're talking about, I had before, but I didn't know the solution, how we can manage to achieve. So thanks to AWLO, African Women Leadership Organization, bring us here, and let us, all of us to be part of African Union 60, because it needs us to expand so the whole world knows who AWLO is, who individually, our doctors who there, who have everybody have a solution. Because when you're part of it, you put exactly what you have and the world to see, not just on a small group or in our continent. We want the other continent, all the world to see, because everybody needs that solution. So I really appreciate you being here, and I'm looking forward for you to taking this.
Thank you so much. Now, cultural identity, maintaining that and balancing that with professional advancement in diaspora for women.
For me, I see it in forward. Stop. Because in everything that you do, you can get caught up in the day-to-day. So you have, at some point, you have to learn to stop. And from the stopping, you get to reflect. What are your past accomplishments? What do I have to do for the next level? Why do I do this? And also, I believe Dr. slightly talked about it, being able to welcome and even ask for criticism, positive feedback. This is why as HR certified professional, I love this. Because this basically helps you to understand yourself where you are at the time of time in your life. I just turned 50, and I did with this couple of months ago. It has changed for me, taking with this 10 years ago. Because I'm at this point in my life where I feel like we are at the end time, and I gotta get what needs to be done. Yeah. I think it was last week. I went up, it was in my dream. I said, from now on, I'm going to live as if today is my last day on earth. Meaning that it has to be purposeful. And by reflecting, it helps you to recalibrate. I talked about what I went through in December with this attack on my business. But by taking 6-7 months of stopping, reflecting, it's helping now to recalibrate and then to go now to the next level, which is bring up a new strategy. So as women in the diaspora, we have to be mindful of that. That's not only about running. You've got to let it stop sometime. Thank you so much.
Awesome. I love it. Pause. Yes. Now. Dr. Lisa,
yeah. So there is something that I noticed. They call brain drain or knowledge drain from Africa. You see all our doctors coming here, but When they come here, the process of getting into residency, for those of you on LinkedIn, I write a lot about it. Yes, talk, because the process is not easy. And so, not only do I have a program that I help with doctors, because now healthcare is moving toward value-based care. They have opportunity where they can go work with doctors in doctors' offices, providing certain clinical services. And they can help, they can make 10K a month extra, depending on what you want to do and how you want to work. There are programs out there. But what about those in Africa? What is happening now to our hometown? I have cardiology surgeons, all pediatricians and stuff. And we just talked about knowledge share. So the framework we are trying to kick off, because we have the precision medicine clinic that is ongoing, and then we're about to launch the CRT Global Healthcare. And what this would do is open up and give opportunities for those in Africa that want to connect to doctors overseas and allow these doctors here that are in this transitional process to still be able to use their license to serve their nation, Africa. Secondly, because to me, that's giving them an opportunity to bring the culture that they learn here, and they're able to adopt some new ones, they still maintain and help others grow back home. Knowledge sharing. So that platform too will be used to help doctors in Africa connect with those overseas. We have specialists that those there can call for second opinion. So if you have somebody there, you're in an area where there's no cardiologist, there are so many African doctors here that are cardiologists, and so we put that appointment, we put you guys together, and you have that second opinion. So not only is it going to help those that it's also going to help those of us in the diaspora that have loved ones that are in Africa that we don't know what to do and who to connect with. Okay? 2021, by the grace of God, we're able to ship medical supplies worth $500,000 to a hospital in Kenya. And that hospital, because of the encouragement we gave them, it has been phenomenal. I get calls here in America. Because the original hospital have an ICU, and the feedback I get from the doctors are like, wow, we just needed an opportunity like this. So what am I trying to do now? I'm going to explore the regional hospital as a center for medical tourism in that area, because we're going to be pushing more stuff there. So my friends, as we come to a conference like this, right, I want us to go back to the word from Southwest Road. When we saw a cut, we read an act. When you saw an act, you read a habit. When you saw a habit, you read a character. When you saw a character, you change destinies. What thought are you going to do here with that, being able to change yourself and the destinies of others?
Please bring us to the end of this session. So, ladies, please what's wrong? Do we still have a question?
Then I have a question.
Unfortunately, we have to move to the next session. We've used up all of your question time, unfortunately, but we will be able to ask the question hopefully by the end of the next session. So here's thank you guys so much. Thank you, ladies. Let's quickly get a group picture with the panelists, and then we're going to jump up the stage while I introduce the next moderator. Thank you, ladies. I hope everyone is having fun. Picture Miss Abby. Come on.
Yeah, how we can.
I'm a technical.
Tanzania girl. Tanzania girl. I like to go have girls. She'll be happy when I go have girls. She's a girl. She wants to be a girl. That's what it is. She wants to be a girl.
I got bitch though.
Not this one.
Pastor Mercy, I can't see you. Oh, the light. Yeah, the reflection.
Don't worry.
No, that's all right. Oh.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Come on. Together. I have to turn this way.
The way you are doing your hand, you're messing it up. Put it down. Thank you. It's your mouth. Good job. Smile as if not tomorrow.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you, amazing panel. So sorry, we're gonna move on to the next section very quickly. I'm going to bring up the next moderator. Thank you, Ms. D. We can take a 5-minute bathroom break, and then I'm gonna bring the next session up. 5-minute bathroom break.
Yeah.
We get some music, and then 5-minute bathroom break, and I'm gonna bring the next session up. So that's gonna be the last session before our workshop. Our workshop is super, we're good, all right. Great, that's fine. So the last session is coming up in 5 minutes. Bathroom break, 5 minutes, we're gonna be back here. Yes, thank you. All right, it's time for our next session.
Oh, I'm tired.
Yes.
Good exercise.
Yes, we need the exercise.
So I'm going to introduce our next moderator. I'm just trying to make sure, I need to look to make sure your speakers are here. Just make sure all your panelists are in the room. So we have 1, 2, 3, 1 more.
Yeah, they're all here.
They're all here? Okay, good. All right, cool. So our next session is going to be moderated by the beautiful on the importance of a woman's character to be developed. The importance of a woman's character being developed is what we're discussing. That's going to be our final session for today. And then we're going to reconvene later for Ankara night. I wanted to announce that so that we know what so that we can understand the assignment and we know what the requirements are. It's African print. Don't worry, I said Ankara, but it's African print. So we want to do African print. We want to be authentic to AWLO. So now we're going to be bringing up our moderator, Dr. Angela Harris. Hold on, please, beautiful. I need to introduce you properly. So who is Dr. Angela Harris? She is. What's that? Oh, yes, I need to introduce you. Dr. Angela Harris is the founder and CEO of Black People United Global Network, which is the hub of the rebirth of the Black nation. Her other businesses include Young Bucks Production Entertainment Community in Atlanta, BPU Films Music and Poetry Community, BPU Film Fashion Music Writers and Community Alliance, amongst others. Dr. Harris believes in edutainment. She is the founder of On the Set Film and Music Training Academy, which she wrote the curriculum for the teachers' focus and training, where the focus is 9 C's of training. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me bring to the stage our moderator for this final session for women and how a woman needs to develop herself, Dr. Angela Harris.
So anytime that there's a youth in the room, I always try to incorporate anything that I do, because character development is something that has to be instilled even as our young people. So what I've done just a few minutes ago was I incorporated Miss Lisa's daughter to come and read the introduction of what character development is.
For the mental and moral qualities distinctive. If the story has a character and begins as one story, gradually moves into a different story. So a person's response to aging or the development is it safe to say a character is developed from understand who you are and our characters develop according to how we meet the challenges of life throughout our life cycle. Life cycle. It consists of traits such as particular ways of thinking, feeling, and acting, which form as we grow through the life, primarily in childhood, but which continue into adulthood. Since the change is often substantive and leading from one personality trait to a opposite trait, isn't it safe to say that when your character is developed, others receive it at face value? Fully developed characters often have well-defined personalities, actuaries, desires, and conflicts that shape their actions and decisions.
So I'm going to go ahead and call our panel to the stage. E5, or I can say Iffy, or Effie, Nagwidi, Attorney Imam Alcabio, Rosemary Akaten, and Chief Linda Middleton. So when it comes to, I'm okay. I need to sit. 4 people.
Oh, 4. Sorry. No, I did not do.
I'm okay. I'm okay. So when you think of character development, character development is one of the most important things that has to be a mission of any human being in order for people to know who they really are. When you think of character development, you think of the action of a person's personality that people see when and hear when they encounter an individual. When it comes to character, a lot of times a person's character will give people an idea of who that person is. A lot of times people don't want to deal with people because of their lack of integrity in their character. And so knowing that we are working on developing and building leaders and women. We have to make sure that our women have characters that are going to speak for themselves. And so that's how I developed the 9 C's of character development. So what we're going to do as a panel, ladies, is we're going to tear apart those 9 C's, okay? The first C that is implemented in the 9 C's of character development is to be Christ-like. That's not religious. It's understanding the necessity of how you have to act as a person and how you have to love. So there's 5 different parts of being Christ-like, and then from there, we're gonna go into the other 8 C's, okay? So, Christ-like. Number 1, to be Christ-like is to show charity and love. Christ loved all people, even those who hated him. In leadership, we have to make sure that we have enough love in us that we can disregard people that don't care for us. And it not allow them to stop us from moving forward in our journey in life. Number 2 is knowledge. You won't always have your tangible possessions, but your knowledge is something that you'll have for eternity. It's what you know, and people perish because of the lack of what? Knowledge. Number 3 is patience. Patience is understanding everyone's journey is different. So sometimes what you believe a person should possess, they may not have come to that maturity at the point that you believe that. So we have to understand that we have to have patience. Humility, the feeling or attitude that you have no special importance that makes you better than others. Lack of pride. We have to make sure that as we are leaders, that we don't possess the pride that makes us think that we're above others, when in all reality, in order to bring people together to do the things that we need to do, we have to be able to relate to people. The number 5 is obedience. And obedience is the behavior that's respectful and mindful of rules and laws. So with all 5 of those things, knowledge, patience, humility, and obedience, and to have charity and love, my first question to you ladies is this. What do you feel that Christ-like or having all of the attributes of being Christ-like can do to change the direction of women? Starting with you, Linda.
Thank you. Again, my name is ambassador. Really hats. That's what I do. It's myself. To be Christ-like is being humble. Number 1, Christ was humble, and
yeah, no, please. Increase your volume.
Christ is humble and accessible as well. Because when you are humble, you will be accessible. And every human has what we call empathy, inner empathy in them. But how do you display your empathy? Because Christ had that empathy for humanity, for people. The whole 9 year being Christ-like is showing being compassionate, being loving, and being kind to everybody, not only everyone, but everybody, to animals, things are around you, showing them love, and the whole thing is just love. And my understanding of love is whatever anybody do, you still have that love regardless. And that one is called compassionate, regardless, compassionate, to be Christ-like love. And when you have love in your heart and you show it, and not just talking about it, we have people who talk about it, but they don't do it. Amen. They don't do it at all. They don't show the love. They don't truly love the way Christ do love us. Because Christ loved us without any discrimination. He loves us as who we are, whether we're sinners, whether we are righteous, whether we're not. We still have an open heart and open mind with the West.
And please go ahead and introduce yourself to the people. Ms. Linda, tell them who you are and what you do really quick.
Yeah, my name is Linda Middleton, entrepreneur, politician to the core, an investment expert. I've done investment before the age of 8. My first billion was when I was 8 years old, turning my box business around from being 1 million to 10 million within a year, by changing the concept of my mom, how she's doing business from 8 years. So I do business around the world, work with 58 countries of the world, including Israel. Became one of Nigeria's spokesperson on the investments, and also cultural exchange program. So I started doing cultural exchange program between countries for them to understand who we are as Nigeria. I dream Nigeria, I talk Nigeria, I speak Nigeria. And that's what I do to change my country. The only contribution is to bring change and do things right the way we should, but not change the culture. For people to understand how we do business, how we fit people, the dynamic people, and loving people. We believe strangers are king, so we welcome guests in Nigeria. So I dream Nigeria, I speak Nigeria, I talk Nigeria. That's why I am. Thank you.
All right, and so we go next to Attorney Eman. Charity and love, knowledge, patience, humility, and obedience, and then introduce who you are.
So my name is Makmatio. I am an attorney here in Dallas. I practice mostly immigration, family law, so divorce and child custody, adoptions, and I also do injury law. My office is here in Dallas. I have a very wide educational background. So I have a law degree from Nigeria. I also have a law degree from the US, and I also have an MBA in finance. I consider myself most importantly a business person before I'm a lawyer. So, and I'm very, very excited to be here. Thank you to the founder that found me.
Yes, sir.
I want to be here. So you want me to talk about
Charity and love, knowledge, patience, humility, and obedience. What it means to you.
So for me, charity and love, I'm just going to use my practice area because it's very, very important that if you are in business, it's not just about being an advocate for people. You have to have some of these character traits in courses, or some of these character traits you have makes you a professional that people can trust and people can rely on. And if you don't have some of these character traits like charity, if you do not have character traits like love, then you cannot understand the people that you service. I'm going to use my own experience, for instance. One of the first things that I do when I hire any staff is to invite into them that my clients are my children, my clients and sisters, my clients are my brothers, And that means that you have to treat them the way you would treat your own sister, the way you would treat your own family. They are family pretty much. And family love one another. You can't do anything without having charity. That means that there are times that a client will call my office and ask for a consultation. I just cannot afford my consultation fee. So that means that I have a standing order that those clients get at least 15 minutes free phone call with me, at least to understand what they need and how to, or if I cannot help them, I'm able to tell them so they don't just waste their time. Now, how does that help us in society? So it starts with organizations like this. And I remember hearing about AWLO before I even spoke to them. One of the things that a friend of mine who is I think she's the chairperson of AWLO in Lagos. When she told me about AWLO, she said, oh, I joined this organization and it's just about service, it's about leadership, and it's about giving back. And I remember thinking, what a good opportunity, because most of us that are here, we're not here because of what we are necessarily getting from this organization, but it's just an avenue for us to be able to give back. And I believe that's what, when we get to this stage in our lives, we start thinking about how can, okay, we have made the money, we have gotten to a good place financially. Now, how do we give back to the next generation? How do we get others to grow along with us? How do we build attorneys like us? How do we get medical professionals? How do we get pharmacists? How do we get people that are not able to get to where we are? How do we get them to start? How do we get them to grow? And that's all about charity. It's about placing yourselves in organizations like this that gives you a platform to help the next generation. It's about building young women who would not otherwise have these opportunities, and even as young as in their teens, talking to them about character building and career development and things like that. Those are all charity opportunities that we as women need to, if we say that we are women, we want to make changes, we have to impact the generation that are just starting.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much for that. So we've heard from our first two panelists and how they incorporated love and charity into their everyday living. What we're going to do now is we're going to go to our next panelist, who is Ife. Iffy. And Iffy, we talked about charity, we talked about love, we talked about the knowledge and patience, humility, and obedience. The next thing that we're going to tear apart is consistency. So I want you to answer who you are, and then also talk about consistency, incorporating all of the things of being Christ-like.
Thank you so much. My name is Ife the Dominator, and I am a firm believer that we were created to dominate spaces like this. I am a transformational speaker and author of the books, Take the Lead and the Dominator Street. And one of the things I teach in those books is transformation. You cannot be Christ-like until you transform. The Bible says not to conform, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. A lot of times we focus on the exterior. We're talking about character. A lot of times we're so concerned about our reputation, how do people perceive it? And you have to be bigger on the inside than you are on the outside. Unfortunately, as women, we love to look good, and that's great. But who are you underneath all of that? That's what makes you who you are. That's the essence of who you are. And if we're going to be like Christ, then we have to die to ourselves. Because a lot of us have, not a lot of us, but every one of us, we are all raised to believe one thing, right? To act a certain way, to speak a certain way. And when you decide, because it's a decision, when you decide to follow Christ, and you decide to become a believer, and you decide to become Christ-like, then there are a lot of things that you have to change on the inside of you. Your character being one of the most critical, because without that,
you can't really get ahead in life because your gift can make room for you, but it's your character that will translate into many more women and take you even higher. In terms of consistency, how does that tie into this? Without consistency, you can't build anything. You know, a lot of times we focus on intensity. We want to go hard, but can you go hard for a long time? Which is why I love marathon runners, because your endurance is tested. A lot of people start, you know, coaching or start a business, and after like 2 years, you call them up and you say, hey, what about the business you told me about 2 years ago? And they're like, forget that, because they could not be consistent. So it's one thing to start. And I talk about the starting power versus staying power. Staying power is consistency, because anyone can start it. It's easy to start. There's this excitement that, you know, that comes with starting something. But when you can do something for 15 years and running, I doff my hat to that, because that is consistency right there. So, yeah.
So consistency,
yes.
People who are consistent are trusted in most cases because they can be relied on, depended on by others. They keep their words and act on their words too.
Yes.
So yes, yes, and yes. So to my sister, Rosemary. In that being said, tell us who you are and how consistency is important to you.
Okay, who am I? Everyone here? Because we're so quiet, it's like, come on. My name is Rosemary. I am a pastor, first of all. I'm a pastor. I'm a life coach, certified life coach. I'm a counselor. I am a worship leader. I'm author of a book, The Great Shepherd, Hope to the Fathers. And I'm a conference speaker, conference organizer. I am also an entrepreneur. And I believe strongly one of the visions God has given us, which is the name of our ministry. The name of our ministry is Living Encouraged Ministries. One of the visions God has given us is that in every human being, in every woman sitting here, in every man sitting here, there is a power inside of you to bounce back no matter what life is taking you through. When you don't give up on you, then there is something inside of you that can make you become an overcomer when you keep on going. And that's your consistency. So from there, I'm going to talk about consistency. Consistency is so important. It's so important as a character in every human being. I like, you know, we started with Jesus. Let's talk about Jesus. He was consistent from the beginning. He knew who we were. He knew what he was called to do. And he never deviated from the beginning to the end. Even the Bible says, even when he saw the cross ahead, he saw the pain, he saw what he was going to go through. Even at that point, he said to God, not my will, but thy will. That is what is a mark of someone who is consistent. The hurdles will be there. The discouragement will be there. The naysayers will be there. The people who will be the problem to you will be there. But even when you look at those things, when you know what you are going for, when you know what you've been created for, when you know what you are destined to get, you never give up on it. People who are consistent never give up, even in the face of the hardest hurdles. One of the races I used to love when I was in high school was hurdles. And for some reason, I didn't understand why I loved the hurdles. Hurdle race, and then the long distance race. But you know, these days when I reflect to my days in those times, I realized that I used to feel the people who do the sprint race, that's the 100-meter race, they were lazy people. In my mind, 100 meters, soon you are done. What's that? But when you are able to go 12,000 miles, when you're able to go 15,000 miles, 20,000 miles, you are tired, but you know you still have to go another lap. You are weak, but you know you still have to go another lap. You see, the ability to keep going. That makes you the leader that you are meant to be. And I want to say something. When you are consistent, you don't understand who is watching you. You don't know who you are encouraging. You don't know who you are supporting. David, let's go back to the Bible. Oh, come on, like I said, I'm a pastor. Let's go back to the Bible. David went to a war. He came back with all his military people. The Amalekites, the enemies came, took all their lives, everything away. And guess what? All the military men, the soldiers, the generals, they just came from a victory because they came and they had lost everything they gave up. The Bible says they even wanted to stone David. You took us to war. Now we are back. Everything is gone. But the Bible makes us understand. And at that point, when everyone has given up, said David encouraged himself in the Lord. Who can keep you consistent? The only one who created you. If you can keep your focus on that person, no matter how hard it is, no matter how much the naysayers are coming at you, no matter the hurdles in life, but if you know who has called you, and you keep your focus on the one who has called you, no matter what I tell you, you will remain consistent until the end. Now, don't see everybody here. When Elijah started AWLO, thank God I was there. It wasn't easy. You know, Nigerians didn't accept AWLO. Yes. The first AWLO conference was in Ghana. Am I talking, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. Because Nigerians didn't accept it. But today, the same Nigerians are ready to pay in dollars to be a members of AWLO. Amen. When you remain consistent. Amen. 2 weeks ago, I was called and I was given an award by a university here. And I have something I do. I like supporting people. So if you're in Dallas, you know, once I see your flyer for a program, sometimes you may not invite me. I look at my schedule because I'm a bit busy. I look at my schedule, I'm free, I go to support because I believe in supporting one another. And I didn't know that this lady had been watching me. And last month she had a program. I didn't have anything that Saturday, and I decided to go. And guess what? When I got there, 2 of our panel speakers were not available. And she came to me where I was sitting at the back. Can you be on the panel? I'm like, what are we going to talk about? She said, Pastor, I know you. You can talk about anything. I said, okay, let's go. We ended up on the panel. Not only did I do due diligence on the topic, at the end of it, we had a lineup of people who were praying and were doing deliverance of people. And the kind of impacts, just showing up. Just showing up.
Showing up.
Just showing up. And make the program. People that did not show up. I wonder what that program would have been. But she so appreciated it that a month after, she nominated me for an award in the university. And what was the award? Change maker, society change maker. Like, what change am I making? See, just showing up for people. Consistency. If you know who you are and you know what you've been created for, never allow anything change you. Once you stay on it and build it, you will encourage other people.
Thank you.
It sounds like it's kind of repeating itself because us adding you to the panel last night, it brought all that power that you just brought into this room. So gratefully, thank you. So we talked about being Christ-like, which is charity and love. The main, attribute of Christ is charity and love. We talked about being consistent. Remember, we're talking about the 9 C's of character development. The 9 C's because, there's a lot of things that as women, we have to be reminded of. We have to be reminded of how to not only focus on others, but how to develop ourselves and make sure that we're okay. And not only that, making sure that when we are in front of people, that we have the image of who we really are in the midst of those people, and that they count on us to just be who we are, individually and collaboratively as leaders. So the next C is going to be composure, implementing self-control, even in situations that are challenging, not allowing emotions to take control of your actions. Now, as women, this is one of our most greatest challenges because we are naturally emotional beings. And when we feel violated by people, places, or things, a lot of times, until we have hit a place of real maturity, we still allow people to take us out of our character because we don't hold our composure. Linda, what does holding your composure mean to you?
I have
Okay.
the practice that I do, not taking no for an answer, but in anything I do, no is not part of it. Composure is being in the presence of all things and that is trying to sink you down, you know, having a sinkhole, you know, trying to push you into that sinkhole. And you look at the sinkhole and say, okay, in all this, what can I do to compose myself? Is to lift up the shoulder and cross. Once you cross, you're good because you are composed, even in the midst of crisis. Somebody told me, he said, what do? You don't give up. You really don't give up. Even in the midst of taking everything from you, you're composed. In the midst of adversity, you're composed. And you're telling that thing and say, listen, you're not going to do that. You just want to walk away and just remain calm. That calmness brings something that was wow. In all these challenges, you're calm and composed, and you're still talking. Are you for real? Somebody came to me and said, you lost a lot, and somebody came to me and said, are you for real? You are here doing something, you're composed. You didn't even think about what you're facing, the challenges you're facing, that emotion coming out. No. My brother just told me yesterday, and he said, what in the world? You here? I said, yes. And I forgot, I think I remember, I was thinking, why is this shock? And I said, yes, it's shock because he saw it was part of what I was dealing with somewhere. And how did I get to the time? But I was coming. Being composed is taking charge of your life and saying, you know what, regardless of where we are, what is going on around you, you are speaking. Yes. And for the fact that you spoke, whatever devil that is within or the contributor is afraid. Once the person is down, why are you still on? I thought I've seen you. Why are you still composed to do things? Why are you still talking? Why is this person? I thought she's going to be in the bed or in the sick bed. No, you are composed to face whatever challenges that come your way. That's it. It's the ability to face whatever challenges without being broken. Yes. Yeah. Without being broken at all. And that's alone puts whoever that is making you appease to shift. To say, what? Who is she? I want you to really know who this person is. Nothing moves me. I just look at whatever situation and I choose to ignore. And I'm calm to do what I do. And I still come up and talk. Because the Christ in me, like you said, is greater than any other thing that is outside. And he said, greater is he that is in me than them that are in the world. So you will still remember who you are in the midst of that situation to remain calm.
Yeah. So for myself, I learned how to just cut things off. A lot of times when you have to hold your composure, it's not always something that you should do verbally. Sometimes you just have to be silent. Because silence is golden in very heated situations. And a lot of times people misunderstand my silence. My silence is to keep my composure and to hold who I am to an upright instead of allowing for myself to allow for the aggravation of someone else to take me out of my character. And so, with that being said, attorney, when you think about holding your composure, how is it a strength or a weakness in everyday life?
So I'm going to start with an example. So when I first started practicing, my very first trial, I found myself, while arguing my client's case, literally cried. Like another speaker once said, we women, we are emotional beings. And when I'm passionate about a case or a person, sometimes I cry. But that was the first time. So when I got back home, I had to self-analyze and tell myself, Emma, you can't cry every day before. Yes, because eventually people are gonna lack confidence in you.
Right, right, lawyer.
And people are gonna, yes, you're passionate, but people wanna see someone that is strong, and composed. And I had to start working on myself, and I had to start attending more court sessions, and I had to start watching other lawyers, how they handled their cases and how they were able to articulate in court. And eventually I learned how to be that lawyer that is prepared, not just being prepared personally, but preparing my clients emotionally to understand this is where your case is gonna end up. We're likely not gonna succeed, or we're gonna succeed. And educate them that no matter what the outcome is, you just have to accept that outcome and work with it. So eventually, as human beings, it's very, very difficult to maintain composure at the face of adversity. And it's even more difficult for women to do that. But some of the things that I was kind of, some of the things that helps us as women to maintain our posture is being not just educating ourselves on the things that we need to know, but also learning from other people about how to grow and how to handle yourself when faced with several situations in life. So that's how I've been able to help myself and just always be prepared for any adversity. For instance, recently, we had a trial, a 6-hour trial, and at the end of the trial, I had informed my clients 2 years ago when we started the case, how the judge was likely to rule. My clients never believed me, unfortunately, and she kept relying, she kept saying God will do it. I've explained to my client time and time again, we had to not just do the work, and also trust in God, but we also have to be realistic. So when the ruling came out recently, and it was exactly how I had predicted it, but it doesn't make it any better. And I had to talk to my client. The first thing that I told my client is, I want you to hold your composure, first of all, and I want you to realize that, yes, as a woman, this ruling is not in our favor, but we can get past this. The most important thing we have in life is that you have a platform that you can keep on growing. You have a platform that you can improve on your life past any adversity. And if you understand what you have been given, you can overcome any situation. So that's how we continue to grow despite any challenges that we come across.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. We're going to keep on moving. We are going to go down to the beautiful, what you say, the dominator? Yeah, the dominator. We are going to talk about being confident. A person who is confident feels sure about their own abilities, qualities, and ideas. What is the difference between confidence and arrogance?
That's good. That's really good. I would say confidence is knowing who you are and being comfortable in who God has made you to be.
right? I define myself as a dominator because I dominate circumstances, not people. Actually, I always try to correct people when they think about that. Dominating people in arrogant, right? Yeah. God did not create to dominate anything that we, God created the dominion over what he created, the things that he created. The difference between confidence and arrogance will be feeling like you own the world and everyone gets a better call. That would be arrogance. Yes. No one gets a better call. We've been hearing about collaboration all day. We're supposed to work together and not oppose one another. So confidence is knowing that this is who I am. But at the same time, I am also cognizant that you are a dominator in your own right, right? And not feel threatened by what you bring to the table. We're women from all walks of life, you know? So we don't have to feel threatened by what we've accomplished or who we are. Collaboration is the key. And knowing that you don't have to, you don't have to sell yourself short, and you don't have to diminish another person's accomplishment because you want to feel good. It's just focusing on who God has made you to be and be okay with that. That's confidence.
Very, very good. And the difference between arrogance and confidence is very, very important for people to understand. A lot of times what happens is people don't really know who they are. So they try to portray an image. And that image goes against the character of other people, trying to make themselves feel good and look good. That's arrogance. Being confident is, like you said, just knowing who you are, not fearing people, places, or things. Understanding that the only thing, and this is from me speaking, the only thing that I fear in life is not meeting the divine purpose that I was given before I was born. And that's not a fear, it's really a reverence to the one that gives us life every day.
Yeah.
So, Pastor Rosemary, we're going to keep it moving and we're going to talk about the other C, which is our fifth C, and that C is change. Change. You have to be willing to change the things that are not positive about you, acknowledging that changes are necessary. When you think about change and how it can make you or break you, what is your take on that?
Now, I would, this is, I didn't want to leave now because yesterday I was talking to somebody about this. And I said something that about me to the person that only we knew, people know the Rosemary pastor, the always smile the Rosemary, the always play Rosemary. But I used to be a very, very proud person. Growing up, I grew up with a mother who is still the meaning of beautiful, your intelligence. So I had that behind my mind that I'm a beautiful woman. And I grew up being cocky about my beauty. And added to the beauty was intelligence. So I can walk into any spirit and I will have good conversation with anybody, no matter how you are in whatever circumstance. And because I devour knowledge. I don't know if you understand what I mean. I love knowledge and I keep acquiring knowledge. My daughter will ask me, when will you stop? I have a doctorate, but I still want to go for more. And they're like, after a doctorate? I said, yeah, because I love knowledge. So that's, for me, made me so proud. And then I remember one time in my life, the Lord opened my eyes to see who I was. Absolutely. Now, my pride was my strength. And because of the business I was doing in Nigeria, I would walk into any embassy. I used to run a travel company in Nigeria. By God's grace, our travel agency was the first official travel company for AWLO. Back then. So I can walk into any embassy, I can talk to any consulate, I can talk to any ambassador, and I will tell them to their face, I am bringing business to your country, so you need to respect what I'm bringing to your country. I was that audacious. So until God brought me to a place where He opened my eyes to see that pride will bring me down. And I began to ask God, change me. How do I change? So, and God began to break me to the Rosemary that I am today. I am nothing without God. Amen. And this is where I want to talk about change. No matter how high we are, when we understand one thing, that you are who you are because of the one who has made you, there is no circumstance you find yourself that you cannot adapt. Yeah. One of the things that I used to tell myself, I used to dress up those days and I evaluate the cost of what I wear. My gold earring costs this, my chain costs this, my shoe costs this, my wristwatch costs this. And when I evaluate myself, okay, I'm worth 300,000 right now, just what I wear, I feel good. But today I wear $10,000, 10,000 naira, and I feel better. Because change, when you talk about change, it starts from here. The mind. Are we ready to debunk those things we knew were true to us for the truth that God wants us to know? Because sometimes what keeps us in a place where we feel we cannot change is because we are holding on to that comfort zone. We are holding on to that thing we don't want to lose. We are holding on to that thing that we think makes us who we are. And the truth is, those things will destroy us if we don't allow ourselves to come through that process. And change is a process, I mean, a little process. Some process may be difficult. Like for me, one day I woke up, I said, Lord, you can't get me to this level and bring me to this place from here. I was mad. When I left my country, I was the national PR for women in logistics in Nigeria, political appointments. So I came to America, I started from scratch. And I remember one day waking up, I said, Lord, you must be a mean God. How can you bring me from there and now bring me to this place? But that was my process where God was breaking me to make me who I am today. Today, I am what? An ambassador of encouragement. That is who I am. The first title, if you ask me who I am, the first thing I want to say is, I'm a pastor. I don't want all those titles. Doesn't matter to me. I am a pastor. You know why? Because I want you to see me as that broken woman who has only been made who she is today by God. And that thing came through a process of change that has made me who I am today. So no matter who you are, you may be dealing with anything. Don't worry. You can hand it over to God. You can come to the place of change that you desire. And don't deceive yourself. We all know what we want. Yeah. But we're not ready to pay the sacrifices for it. Yeah. When God showed you the picture of where He's taking you to, be ready to pay the sacrifice for the change process so you can what? Attain where God wants to take you. Amen.
Amen. That is change. Change is so necessary. And the reality of change is that we continue to change as life matures us, because the thing that we don't realize a lot of times is we think that we have arrived in certain things, but life is a process. And in that process, eventually, something has to change in order for you to get to the next part of your destiny. So let's go to the next C. And we're coming to an end here. So we have a few more. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with you, Linda, and then I'm going to go ahead to the dominator for courage, then attorney and pastor, creativity, and we're all going to talk about communication. Okay? All right, so Linda, courage is the ability to navigate through the challenges and uncertainties of life. Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the willingness to act in obedience to God's calling and purposes, relying on his strength and guidance. What gives you courage?
I think knowing that God is on my side every time that I wake up, knowing that I have God and I have nothing else to fear. The courage to still wake up even in the midst of crisis, the courage to stand when my feet are hot, when I'm low. I have in life I've gone through so many stuff that I've seen in the midst of trying to experience a plane crash. And in that situation, I saw myself, I said, what do I do? And I had somebody sitting by me in the midst of the plane going down, and it come down to about 150 foot water, and things were dropping. And I stood up and I spoke to a man of God. His name is Bishop Yogi. And I said, remember the dream that the Lord showed me that we're bringing out people, I need you to speak the word. And the man took over the microphone. In the midst of people were, and a guy that was sitting by me wanted to, pull down was the exit door, thinking that he was going to jump in. Knowing that the girl I had just told me something, saying, hit him. So I didn't repeat that it's like, do you know the next slap I just said is mindset? And yes, I came back to his senses. And know that we are not going to die, but to live to declare the glory of God. I've been in a situation where I saw somebody dying, and something in me said, no, he's not going to die. And everybody were crying. I said, oh, he's dead. I said, no. And that's the fear and the courage that God has given you. So just go in and pray. And I did. My calling was deliverance. And we prayed and he woke up. I've been in a situation where people thought it is not possible. And my sister here told me, why do you say it is possible? It's because I know that the God who in me have given me the courage to face that challenge. Full stop. That's it. The courage that God is going to do it for you. They told me my sister was dying, from leukemia, and that was the welcome. I was just going home, and I arrived at the airport. And the next message that came into my phone was my younger sister, and they sent me a video. I sent me a picture. So I said, the first thing I said, I came to Nigeria for a business, but not to that. And that was, it just came in. And the word came in. I came to Nigeria for a business, but not to marry. But when I got home, he said, the Lord don't be distracted because this is distraction. There are challenges that are distraction that will distract you from focusing, from going to your destiny. And I said to myself, but look, I called my sister, where are you? I said, I need you from that hospital. I need you to move her to another hospital, to General Hospital. And she said, how? I said, I need you to go. And when she goes, she didn't know I was in Nigeria. Remember, I was in Nigeria. None of them knew I was in Nigeria when I came for a mission. And this is my welcome to Nigerian soul. They were just opened the phone and he said, so she moved. And the Lord said, do not tell them that you went now. Do everything you are doing as if you are in the US. So I said, move her, and I move along. The next day I moved, woke up, dressed up, and I said, I have a mission. this cannot stop me, but rather, let me give somebody something to do. And I said, sister, do this, and I will. Do you know from leukemia diagnosis, they did more tests. I said, when you do all the tests, it came back that it was tuberculosis. Now they are telling me that we moved after 2 weeks, they didn't have the time. They moved that to Port Harcourt. I have not seen her. I did not even think about it. It's no longer fear. There are stages you become, the stage you get to. Fear is out of the way.
Yes.
You are no longer afraid of what keeps you at night or sleepless night. I was snoring. I woke up well. I said she was not going to die. She was going. How I moved down 2 weeks after, put her in a proper place to teaching hospital. The doctors were asking me how. I said they needed oxygen. I said, okay. I appeared on the second. I said, now, this is my clothes. I'm telling you, you're going to leave. You will declare the glory of God. You're not dying. Oh, guys, you need oxygen fine. So that is courage for me.
Yeah.
The ability to move on, irrespective of what is holding you down, and the circumstance of distraction. Stand. What did I say? Stand. Do not succumb to pressure or things. Have the courage to say, no, I am going forward. That's all I can say.
Wow. Amazing, amazing. So that is a great account of courage. I want you, the dominator, to tell me your courage, your account of courage.
Okay, first of all, I think courage is activated in the face of a challenge. If you're the kind of person that shies away from challenges, then you may never experience how courageous you are. You know, thinking of the story of David and Goliath. I think that still remains the most courageous story of all. A little teenager, a boy, facing a giant. And when you think about women and the challenges we face, well, like David, you know, we are seen as weak. We are seen as voiceless people, but that's when your courage is most activated in the face of a challenge. You will never know the strength you have until you're face to face with something that could take you out. Yeah. And like you said, you have two options at that point: succumb or dominate. That's it. Yeah. I mean, there's no other way. You just have to tell yourself, you know what? This situation is not going to sink me. You cannot sink my ship. I'm here on a mission, and I'm going to do anything under God to make sure that I cross over in this circumstance. So as women, we need to be embracing challenges. When you see a challenge, don't run from it. Everybody else was at a standstill when David showed up. And David said, is there not a cause? What will be given to the person who brings this giant down? And that's the way we should think. It's a mentality. It's a mentality. The Bible says be strong and courageous. The courage is right there within you. God has not given us the spirit of fear. So why would you be intimidated when you are faced with a challenge? That's the only thing that can grow you. Right? And the moment you slay one giant, you become a giant slayer. It goes on the things that you have accomplished. And so for me, I always embrace, I remember vividly, I'm going to share my story real quickly. But when I was in a toxic and physically abusive marriage, that should have taken me out. That should have destroyed my life. I decided to remain courageous, even in that circumstance. I remember walking away with just $20. I didn't have anything, nothing to my name. All I had was $20, my child, and my belongings. And I said to myself, you know what? I've had this, because we've had episodes of domestic abuse. And I said, you know what? Enough is enough. If I perish, I perish. But I will not remain here. And until I got out,
That was when I began to see the danger I was in. I'm like, you would have been killed. Your child would have died if you had remained. So courage is activated in the face of danger. When you are faced with that Red Sea, think about the Exodus. Before the children of Israel left Egypt, there was a Red Sea in front of them. They were faced with a challenge. If they did not move forward, they would have died in Egypt. So at the end of the day, we have to think about what activates your courage, what activates your confidence. It's a challenge that will grow you. We're talking about growth and transformation. The quickest thing to grow you is a challenge. If you don't like challenges, you cannot be a dominator. You can't be a leader. You need to embrace challenges, because when you do, then you begin to disrupt the norm. If we're going to have a female president, women, we need to become disruptors. If you're going to lead your family and lead your children, you will disrupt the norm, because no one is going to make room for you. You have to take it. Power is not given, power is taken.
It's not given, power is given. So you pass it like that. Wow, amazing. Thank you. Developing leaders through the mission of developing our caregivers. Our next C is creativity. Creativity, the tendency to generate or recognize ideas, alternatives, or possibilities that may be useful in solving problems, communicating with others, and entertaining ourselves and others. Creativity.
To talk about this, I'm going to share my story quickly. Creativity. I was in an abusive marriage. And when the marriage ended, I had 2 kids, 3 years old and 5 years old, and all I had was my job. And then this man went on a tirade of, he went from physical and then all the abuse in the house to sending letters to my companies, anybody who knew me, character assassination. So I was at work one day, my boss called me and said, all these emails, and somehow he was able to hack into my own company email and send those messages to everybody in the contact. And I was the business manager of my company at that time. So all the contacts in that company received those emails. Rosemary is a witch, Rosemary is a this, Rosemary is a that, Rosemary is a that. So it was just so much the company let me go. This is 2009. With 2 kids. At that time, I was earning 250,000 in Nigeria at that time. So I was comfortable. So I lost that job in one breath. I was let go. And here I am. This was 6 months after my separation, being a single mother, no job, nothing. And I had taken a loan from the company to pay the house I was staying. So when they let me go, they took my salary. So I was let go with not a penny in my hand. No money in my account, nothing. And I went out looking for a job desperately. And I remember, Dr. Elisha was surprised to hear this. While I was working, my first job was with the Nigerian American Chamber of Commerce. So I was working directly with the US consulates, commercial departments. And when I left that job, I worked as the business manager for a hotel group, HSSL Global. I was the group business manager. And then I left there, I started working with 5-star Travels. I was the business manager. And through those years, I was able to organize international tours for these companies from the working with the American embassy. I was able to gather that knowledge. So all the companies I worked after that, I instituted the business travel department. So we take people to outside Nigeria, connect them to businesses. People were doing well. So when this thing happened to me, I started going to some of those men or women I had helped in the course of working for other companies. And I remember one man saying to me, Rosemary, and I'm talking about creativity, I'm coming back. He said, Rosemary, I came back to Nigeria when I was deported from Germany with nothing. And I met you. And you showed me the way. You connected me to this. And today, I run a multi-million naira business. If you could help me do it, you can do it for yourself. And I was looking at the man, how? And he said, go and think of what you can do. Because the truth is, if your ex-husband has done this to you, in this company you are working, what is the ground that when you go to work in another company, he will not do the same, and then they will still sack you after. So I went back to my house, I brought all my certificates. I'm a graduate of English language. Okay, after that, I worked here. I didn't know what to do. But I remember, I started a business tourism department in this company. I started a big travel tourism department in this company. I have worked here. I've garnered this knowledge. I've gained this knowledge. I've gained this knowledge. I have established relationship with people. I can what? Rest on this. And then I said, I went back to that man and said, I can run a travel management company. He said, okay, I'm going to give you 500,000 as a loan. Every month pay me 100,000. And I looked at him, how am I going to do it? He said, I don't know, go and turn around the money. I took that money to my house. The first thing I bought was a laptop and a printer. And I paid Wi-Fi. And I started Great Business Dimensions, my travel business company, in my bedroom, on my bed. Creativity. You can make my company today is still existing in Nigeria because of what we talked about, consistency. Yes. People till today, I'm running a family tour for a family right now. I'm sitting here in America for a family in Nigeria. People are still reaching out to me because of the impact I made when I was there. Now, creativity is making something out of nothing. Every one of us have been born with an innate ability. Amen. That's right. The only problem is we do not want to look inside. That's right. We are ready, especially in America, we are comfortable with the clock in and clock out. I was just sharing with someone in the restroom. I worked in a company here in America when I came here, and my boss was a traveler. She loves traveling. She will leave the company for me. And then Consult Links, she was contracted with Consult Links. She will know the company I'm talking about. When they come in for every 3 months audits, my boss was not around. And I built a relationship with the auditor. So they began to train me. So everything in the healthcare sector, I learned within the 2.5 years I worked in that company. Amen. And now when I left that company, today I became a healthcare consultant. Now, am I a nurse? I'm not a nurse, but everything about the healthcare sector, God has put it in my hand. Although I went to get a certificate in healthcare management and everything, but beyond the certificate, not the certificate I have, gave me the knowledge that I have, it's the experience. What I'm working currently, talking about creativity, I came in and the company was deemed, they had issues with their QA, they were deemed 230,000 because of QA issues and all of it. And I said to the boss, I can handle this, don't worry. I took over, and from then till today, I've worked there 6 years, no APR. No ATR, 1 day. Now, guess what? I just discovered a few months ago, someone that was hired two years ago, I've been there 6 years, someone that was hired 2 years ago is being paid $15 higher than me. And I got mad. And I walked into the boss office. I run 6 departments. This man handles 1 department. And you are paying him this higher than me? And then she looked at me, it's his power of negotiation. I said, really? I said, okay. And then I decided, I think I'll stay my value in this company. Because I know who I am. And I know what I bring to the table. You cannot pay me peanuts, and I'm giving you the work of the lion. No. Peanuts are for monkeys. If you want to pay peanuts, monkeys. I'm not a monkey. I know what I have. So what I did, I decided to resign. And now the question is, I want to destroy the company. And I looked at my boss in the eyes. If you want me to still work for you, you will pay me as a consultant now, no more as a staff. Listen to me. You can make something out of nothing. If you know who you are, and if you can look within you, everything to be that great person that God wants you to be is inside of you. Stop people to give you. Stop you. The people who are millionaires, they don't have 2 heads. They have only 1 head. And I tell myself, if I could run a thriving business in Nigeria, and I had more than 30-something staff at that time, in my early 30s, why can't I do it here in America? Give me time.
Right.
Amazing. So due to time constraints, we're going to keep it moving, and we're getting ready to talk about communication. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to go ahead and give an account of communication. And then after that, we will close with all of my panelists that will talk about cash or legacy. Communication and Attorney, I want to give you at least a minute to speak about communication, because that's something that you seem to have to do in your everyday work. Communication is a process of exchanging ideas, thoughts, opinions, knowledge, and data so that the message is received and understood with clarity and purpose. The second part of communication is the one that people have the most trouble with, and that is listening. Even praying requires you to be quiet and listen. If you're not listening, then you're only hearing to respond, which turns into disrespect, because the other person in communication never receives an opportunity to express themselves. When I say that very, very importantly, because when we talk about character, we talk about being Christ-like and the love and creativity and the courage and the composure. One of the things that we miss out on a lot is listening. And when you don't listen, you can't really be in communication with someone, you're just talking. A lot of times, even in prayer, we don't understand that there's 2 parts of prayer. One of them is making your request known to the Lord. But the second part of it is listening. Listening does not mean that you hear to respond. Listening means that you hear to receive something that you didn't have before you started listening. Please, attorney, before we go into the last C, which is going to be very quickly, please give us an account of communication.
All this preparation, I was preparing for creativity. You won't let me talk about that.
Don't waste.
Well, do you remember as a child? Remember as a child when you have visitors and you happen to be in the presence of visitors, and sometimes you start misbehaving, and your parents looks at you, gives you that look, well, that's communication.
Yes, yes, you don't need to talk.
It's being aware of the unspoken cues.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Is observing and understanding even when someone doesn't speak. Is watching the body language to understand what someone is going through. And sometimes listening to a spoken word and hearing something different is listening for that cry from within that the person is not talking about. And in my practice, being able to discern what someone is not saying just to protect yourself. I'm gonna just end with an example where I once had a consultation with this client. And in 1 hour, I was able to identify that this client is a narcissist. And this client is someone I need to run away from. And this client is gonna make me go through hell. And I told myself all this after 1 hour. And I determined I wasn't gonna accept this client as a client. But I was also very broke. And when you asked me what my retainer was for a divorce, I told him an amount that doesn't make sense. And for me, that was my
Way to discourage.
yeah, just leave me alone.
Yeah.
And we left things at that. Well,
You came back.
the next morning, I saw a $10,000 deposit in my account. I was shocked. I was broke. I took the money and I represented him for 6 weeks. Well, let's just say I left with the blood pressure. I have blood pressure now.
Oh my God.
Yes, because of that client.
Wasn't worth it.
Was it that problem?
It wasn't.
No.
worth it. It wasn't worth it.
So we hear these things.
But we ignore it.
We can tell what other people are. What's the lesson here? We can usually read that unspoken cues. We just have to listen to ourselves and listen to that voice.
Yeah.
And take heed. Because not every communication is spoken word. There's some communication that you can learn just by seeing somebody and knowing there's danger and then running away from danger. Guess what? 6 months later, he came back to hire me for an enforcement case against him. And I told my staff, the next 5 years I'm not available. Thank you.
So, going back to the beginning, when Dr. Lisa's daughter came to give us an account of what character development is. In the third paragraph, in the fourth paragraph, it states, our character develops according to how we meet the challenges of life throughout our life cycle. It consists of traits such as particular ways of thinking, feeling, and acting, which form as we grow through life, primarily in childhood, but also continuing in adulthood. Since the change is often sustainable and leading from one personality trait to a diametrically opposite trait, isn't it safe to say that when your character has developed, others will see you at face value? Ending with our ninth C of character development, which is cash/currency. The value of being compensated in exchange for your presence, wisdom, and information. The gift of your character development will make room for you anywhere that you go. In closing, 30 seconds, ladies, I want you to expound on the gift of your character development, making room for you anywhere that you go.
My first, let me just say something. Making room, gift making room, and how we have evolved as human beings. My first experience had been then as a congressional rep in Washington, and that was my first time of being at the Capitol Hill. And I had a meeting with Nancy Pelosi, and I have this heavy accent, which I refuse to drop. I just want people to understand that I'm from Nigeria. So I was naive my first time at the Capitol Hill as a congressional rep for the military spouses in the United States. I was the first Black to be in the board, and then being their congressional rep and also being their event coordinator. So I got to Washington, D.C., we're going to the White House, and facing some obstacles of not unspoken language and doing me. So I decided to do me. And when I finished at the Capitol Hill, I was shocked because I was because you guys are racist and my accent is like this. So me, I'm just gonna do my thing, and I don't look at anybody in this room at the Capitol Hill. I'm just gonna stand and do my thing. And I want to really speak the Nigerian language so that they will continue to say, hey. So that was my mission. My mission was to change the dynamics of the meeting, just to speak my accent with heavy. I came down to speaking as if I want to speak. But you know what? It's just opened the door for me. And I was paid. I was being nasty because they were really rude and nasty with that unspoken word and being, oh, she's Black. What is she doing here? She's this. What is she doing here? But I just changed. And I did not look at her face, and I just saw myself becoming a friend to Nancy. They said she was the most Black woman then. And, she's still in, but totally opened a door that I did not exist. And I was really, I just fell in love with what I was saying with my accent first. Because I came back to not speaking any, I just want to speak the Nigerian accent. And I really want them to have problem to understand this. But you know what? Because of my first impression, because of how they welcome me, because of the way their body language is, and this and that, it's all around that. After that, they all opened up, they became friendly. Because I finally went back to tell them why I was speaking that way. You understand? So he just broke my imagination. I got some job done, they paid me, and I was dancing back to the bank, and I called my people. Sometimes don't feel intimidated, just try to do you. And when you do you, you'll be amazed to find out the results at the end of the day.
Simon? So I found out early in life that I have a gift, this gift, which is being prepared. So whenever I studied, and I took time to study, I have this thing where I remember things, like my memory is really good. As long as I study or I look at something, I can usually reproduce it word for word, line for line. It's usually, I don't know how it happened, but sometimes I'll go into an exam room and I can remember the line, the page, and I just pour it out. So I brought that to my life, to my business life. And one of the things that I did was, if I have a trial no matter how difficult that trial is, I make sure that I have prepped with my clients and I've prepped with myself. I put in hours to prep. And if I go into trial, so when I started, I used a notebook where I write all my questions and I write all my clients' questions. I write the opposing parties' questions and I write questions that I would ask after they're giving their testimony. And I would keep that notebook. But when I got to trial, I noticed I didn't need it at all because I was prepared. As women, when you know what your gift is, you have to put in the work to make sure that you have improved on that gift, because your gift is just empty without preparedness. Just keep preparing and allow that gift to just keep working for you. If you don't prepare or ignore your gift, it's just gonna be just empty. Just like I tell my children, you might have a skill, like my kids, they run track and they do sports. And I tell them it's one thing to have that skill. It's another thing to be born with it. It's another thing to put in the work to develop that skill. So that's how, as women, we have to do that. Hone your skill and put it out there in the world, and it's going to work for you.
Amen. Amen. Pass it back to the nominator.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to talk about, you're talking about cash, which is compensation, right? And I want us to recognize that you will never be compensated beyond your level of preparedness. You just talked about it. The Bible says, when you are diligent in your work, you will not stand before mean men. You will stand before kings. Yeah. Everyone's objective here should be to sharpen yourself until you are able to stand before kings. If kings are not calling for you yet, then you still have work to do. I'm reminded of the story of Joseph in the Bible, and I'm going to be very quick with this. Joseph had a gift of interpretation, right? And he interpreted the dream of the chief butler. Was he compensated? No, as a matter of fact, he was forgotten. Not because the chief butler was a bad man, but he just could not compensate Joseph until the king had a dream. And the moment Joseph was able to interpret the dream of a king, someone of influence, someone who has the ability to bless you, someone who has the ability to compensate you, his level changed. The Bible says in that same day, he became a prime minister. For years, he was in jail. He was in prison, even with that gift. But he kept sharpening his gift. So my challenge to every one of us here today, like we have all said, yes, we have a gift on the inside of us. Yes, we know that it's potent, but you have to sharpen your gift. You have to burn the midnight oil. You have to become the best version of yourself. The version of you right now may not be able to stand before a king. What are you willing to do to upgrade yourself so that you can stand before a king? I would want to say this. The question is, how do our character development make room for us anywhere we go? I would say that number one, know that we talk about gifts, know that your gifts, number one, is a blessing to you. What you value will do what will bless you. Yes. What you value, you will protect. What you value, you will preserve. Until we get to the point where we understand how important our giftings are to us. Anyone can trample on us. Anyone can use us. Anyone can dump us. But when you know I cannot be used, I cannot be done because my gift is valuable to me. To me. So you can, the Bible says, do not cast your cares before dogs. So understand how important your gifts are. Now, coming back to the value your character will give you. So sisters, your character is the total sum of who you are. Not what people see on the outside, but what you also are on the inside. Because if you cover the inside with the wolf clothing on the inside, the sheep clothing is on the outside, the wolf is on the inside, it's only a matter of time. It will work. You see, you can, your qualities, your giftings can take you to a height, but your character will keep you there. If you pretend your way and rise under pretense, it's only a matter of time. Your true character will bring you to where you are. So you must build yourself from the scratch. I always say to people when I counsel and mentor, do not jump the stairs of life. It is 7 stairs. Honey, go through step 1, step 2, because there's something that will build you in step 1. And once you build yourself in step 1, it will keep you when you get to step 2. And from step 2, there is something for you that will build you to keep you in step 3. But when you jump it, you will come back and repeat the class. That is the school of life. Character is so important. We have sat down to say, you build it in consistency. You build it in the face of challenges, because courage will help you. If you jump that challenge and you don't build the courage to face it today, it is waiting for you sometime in the future. So the character you don't build today, whether consistently, whether self-love, whether anything, is waiting for you. In conclusion, I run a ministry called Sought Out Care Outreach in Africa. By God's grace, we've been able to mentor more than 10,000 women, especially widows. We help them, rehabilitate them, because you know, in America, we all have system that takes care when your husband dies. We have system. But in Africa, we don't have that system. Once your husband dies, either the woman is a witch that killed the man, or the family is ready to take everything. They don't care whether you have children. So we have cases where widows who have lost their husband are what? Suffering. Not that their husband were poor. Their husband were well-to-do. But today, they find themselves in that. So we began to help those people. Now listen. Character. Because I've been through, honey, this young lady here, I'm less than 50, I've been married twice and I've married 2 husbands, so I know what it is to be a widow. And each time, I didn't get a penny from the husband because family took everything. So, but I've been able to build myself through those processes. So when I'm talking to those widows today, I understand what they are going through. So I don't feel anything helping them. I don't feel anything standing for them. I don't feel anything fighting for them. We have gone as far as hiring lawyers to fight for widows and their children in Africa. Why am I doing that? I have gone through the process. I know what it is. So the process you go through will build you to be able to stand for other people tomorrow. But you must know it and you must go through it. Thank you.
So I'm ending this session. I want everyone to stand on their feet really quick. Stand on your feet. As African women in leadership, even as he perceives that stand in the gap for women that are leaders, we have to take an accountability for who we are, what we stand for, whose we are, and what the direct divine mission is. So the only thing that I want you to do is put your hand on yourself and repeat these words really quick. And those words is, if it is to be, it's up to me.
It's up to me.
If it is to be,
If it is to be,
it's up to me.
it is up to me.
If it is to be,
If it is to be,
it's up to me.
it is up to me.
Developing your character. Developing your character so that you can do the things that are beyond what you can even envision is one of the main points and the main strengths of a true leader. Make sure that you look at yourself from the inside out and know that no matter how beautiful you are on the outside,
Yes.
if your heart is not right and your character is not developed, you shall not be all that you were created to be, which means you're only existing and not living. Thank you.
All right, we're rounding up this session. So as we close up this session today, just a quick reminder and a few notes for us to make note of. We're going to be coming back here at 7 p.m. for the gala night. Yes. So yeah, so let's just get a quick, it's gonna be a quick switch around, looks like, because it's already 4 p.m. Red carpet starts at 6 and event opens up at 7. You definitely want to be here on time to get all of the good stuff. So while they're taking these sessions, what's it called? This session's pictures, I'm just going to highlight a few high points from today for most of us who are here. So from the very beginning of the keynote speaker, she talked about it's time to dominate as women, regardless of who is willing to help you or give you the opportunity. She also talked about being able to take advantage of our time as women. And of course, if the men around us are not supporting, they can step out of the way while we do what we need to do, but no excuses. Another high point is from the first session, investing in ourselves as women. It starts with doing the work and stepping up for these opportunities, doing the work and stepping up. All right, maintaining our cultural identity is not and should not be an hindrance to our professional advancement. And of course, number 4, emotional intelligence is a core component that develops leadership, culture, personality, and our value proposition in our personalities and the systems we work in. Last but not the least, your gifts become more valuable as you invest in your character and focus on the 9 C's of character development, which was so amazingly moderated by our beautiful sister right here. Thank you so very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to close up for today. I'm going to invite everyone to come forward for a group picture. But before we do that, I have one last ask. Can I get everyone's attention? Don't worry, we're about to leave. We're going to network and then we can come back at 7. I need everyone to do me one single favor. We all have our cell phones. Yes, yes. Good. So go to Instagram. Yes, if you don't have an Instagram account, real quick. Everyone, this is the last activity for today. If you have an Instagram account, all right, type in DROJ Speaks. Dr. OJ Speaks. Good. Dr. OJ Speaks. Yeah, give her a follow. And if you guys need a professional MC, event host, moderator, conference speaker, trainer, entrepreneurship coach, my resume speaks for itself. And you know, when this panel spoke, everything they talked about consistency. A lot of the women, or some of the women who are based in Dallas who know me, they know that over the years, I have been on this journey of improving myself and building a strong credibility track record. So if you need me to come through for you, for your organization, for your team, for your church, Dr. OJ Speaks is the person to call. All right, thank you so much for the privilege, AWLO. Super grateful for the privilege and honor to anchor and host and moderate this event today. I don't take it lightly. Everyone, please come on the stage. Let's get a group picture and then we'll be out of here in 2 minutes. Let's go through. Please, everyone walk up to Dr. Elijah. The hotel is about to get us out of here. So let's get on up here and get this group picture going real quick. Thank you so very much, AWLO. See you all later this evening. See you all later this evening. It's not about you guys, but it's not about you guys. It's not about big time. It's just like it's going. Thank you so much.